Fang Tianhe's death had a huge visual impact on everyone. For a few minutes, there was silence, only the hiss of blood. As the blood spurted out became less and less, the voice gradually weakened. Everyone finally understood that what they saw in front of them was not an illusion, but the real Fang Tianhe was dead. Although everyone was extremely shocked, Han Xian and Hanlin were the most shocked. The former had always regarded him as the #1 enemy, and even in his dreams, he wanted him dead. The latter, on the other hand, was someone who was with him all day long, and the difference in strength was not too big. Now, he had died so easily in front of him. A 7-stars Marshal Supreme was just like an ordinary person. His head had been cut off and he had fallen to his death, becoming a headless corpse. In Nanhua City, where there had been no Marshal Supreme for a long time, martial honors had always been the most powerful existence. Now, everyone realized that they were actually just ordinary people and there was no difference. In front of a stronger person, they were still ants. However, this even stronger person said, "Magnet!" Everyone sucked in a cold breath and looked at Yunxiao with cold eyes. This martial grandmaster was like a fiend. The earth-shattering sword strike he had just unleashed had killed a martial supreme. How could there be such an absurd thing? It was as unbelievable as Fang Tianhe's own death. But no matter what, no one dared to provoke Yunxiao again. Even Tan Dijuan was shocked. However, Tan Dijuan had another thought in his mind. He had misunderstood Yunxiao's 9th-tier thunder tribulation just now. Lightning transformation divine technique? That must be the lightning transformation divine technique. Tan Dijuan couldn't calm down and shouted. No wonder it's called the lightning transformation skill. It's the most powerful martial art of the North Scorpion sect. Can kill people 2 realms higher than me. Oh my god! I must get it. He had attributed the level 9 lightning tribulation to the lightning transformation divine technique. Not only him but even Sun Jiming had the same thought. The shock on his face was hard to calm down. His mind was rapidly thinking about how he could get his hands on this technique. Gulp! After a long time, Gao Lin swallowed his saliva with difficulty, licked his dry lips, and looked at the headless Fang Tianhe on the ground. The complicated feelings in his heart were difficult to calm down. There was also the mirror of Calm Lake that Wu Yan had been struck by the thunderbolt and had disappeared completely. The treasure of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's South Fire City branch, and Fang Tianhe, his most capable assistant, had all disappeared completely in just half a cup of tea's time. He only felt that his left and right arms had been chopped off in an instant. It was originally a brilliant plan to announce the news of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence and continuously weaken the strength of the local forces, serving his ultimate goal. But at this moment, none of the local forces were injured, while he had lost a 7 stars Martial Venerable and an 8th-tier Profound Armament. This loss was not only a serious injury to his bones, but it was also a direct injury to his internal organs. Moreover, when Fang Tianhe had asked for help just now, his instant retreat had left an extremely negative impression in front of all the big shots of the Chamber of Commerce. It had even directly affected his prestige and status in the Chamber of Commerce in Nanhua City. Ying Lin's face was gloomier than anyone else's. When he raised his head and looked at Yunxiao again, he no longer had the temperament of the God of Thunder, but had returned to that of an ordinary young martial grandmaster. His face was pale, and it was obvious that killing Fang Tianhe had consumed a great deal of his strength. Ying Lin was very regretful and annoyed. If he had saved Fang Tianhe just now, it was very likely that he would have been saved, and there was even a high chance that he would have killed Yunxiao. But now, he was so regretful that he wanted to vomit blood. Han Xian, on the other hand, stood there in a daze, suddenly feeling that there was a huge gap between her and Yunxiao. At first, he thought that his opponent was only a martial great master. In addition to his powerful art skills, he was also the head of the Chamber of Commerce. There was not much difference between the two of them, but now, he could actually kill a 7 stars Martial Venerable with 1 sword strike. She still couldn't believe the reality that had just happened. She felt like she was in a dream. However, he had to believe that such a monstrous talent who was skilled in both techniques and martial arts was at the peak of the world. He was just the president of an ordinary Chamber of Commerce. Could they still play happily together? She suddenly felt a great disappointment in her heart, and she felt that she was not qualified to be friends with Xianxia. A great sense of awe and respect rose in her heart, which was also caused by the long-standing reality in the heavenly martial realm that the strong were respected. A person's status and identity in their circle of friends would definitely be similar. If the difference was too big, estrangement would appear. Han Xian was now filled with great reverence. "Haha, you're fine, kid. You didn't let me down." Tan Dijuan laughed out loud after the shock. His eyes were friendly, but there was also great fear. Although Yunxiao's Thunder Seal might not be able to kill him, it was a great threat. But, with Yunxiao's unpredictable movement technique, he could not do anything to him. This completely unequal situation made him very distressed. Yunxiao turned around, but the look he gave him was not so friendly. Instead, he looked up and said indifferently, "Cloudless for 10,000 li, the weather is really not bad." Tan Dijuan looked a little embarrassed. He knew that the other was mocking his previous words, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only smile. "Haha, it's not bad. It's really not bad." Yunxiao's eyes suddenly narrowed and turned sharp, as if they were going to pierce through Tan Dijuan's body. "I risked my life to help you explore the way. My friend is in danger, and you're all looking at the weather. Good. This is very good." Yunxiao's eyes moved from Tan Dijuan to Sun Jiming, and both of them lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to look at him. Tan Dijuan felt bitter, and he thought, "This is troublesome. It seems that this person has a grudge about what happened just now. It won't be so easy to get the Thunder Transformation divine art." Gao Lin finally came back to his senses and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, you killed Feng Tianhe. You really deserve to die." Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said disdainfully, "What nonsense are you spouting? Killing him is like killing a dog. If you're not convinced, you can do the same." Magnet! Everyone was frightened by this. Looking at Yunxiao, whose face had not fully recovered, they began to discuss in their minds. Does this kid want to kill 2 martial venerables in a row? Did he really have such heaven-defying abilities? Gao Lin was also intimidated by his words. He didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive and leave no room for negotiation. He was stunned and didn't know whether to attack or not. Tan Dijuan was delighted. He couldn't wait for the two to have a fight. It would be even better if they had a fight. He immediately provoked, "Humph, ignorant man, you can only rely on a few medicinal pills to show off on the bed. This place doesn't suit you." Ha ha ha. After the extreme suppression, the local forces' cultivators finally laughed out loud. Each one of them had a contemptuous look on their faces, holding their stomachs. Ying Lin's face had turned the color of a pig's liver. A man could be killed but not humiliated, and even more so, his sexual function should not be humiliated. This was something that no man could tolerate, not to mention that Tan Dijuan had hit his weak spot. "Tan Dijuan, you old man, I'm going to kill you." He had finally lost his mind. He roared and rushed forward. He struck out his palms in the air, and many palm shadows gathered from all directions, shaking the space around Tan Dijuan. Tan Dijuan was shocked. He had wanted to blame Yunxiao, but why did it turn into him? Both of them were at the peak of martial venerable realm. If they fought, it would take a long time to determine the winner, and even if they did, both of them would be badly injured. He was extremely angry, and his body sprayed out a mist that turned into a fierce gale to resist Gao Lin. At the same time, he roared, "The one who killed Feng Tianhe was Li Yunxiao. Why are you fighting me, you old man?" Gao Lin was so furious that he almost lost his ability to think. As soon as Tan Dijuan's words entered his ears, he thought that Tan Dijuan was mocking him for not daring to fight Yunxiao. So he was even more ashamed and angry. He kept clapping his hands, turning his anger into palm shadows, and actually forced Tan Dijuan into a disadvantage. All the martial artists retreated in all directions. In this kind of battle between peak martial venerables, there was a high possibility of collateral damage. A few blind disciples were directly swept into the palm wind and instantly turned into ashes. Yunxiao took Han Chuan's hand and flew forward as he said, "Let them fight. Our priority is to find the treasure." Han Xian felt a ripple in her heart when she was pulled by his broad hand, and she instantly lost the ability to think. She had never seen a man hold her hand like this in her entire life, and she could only feel her cheeks turning red. "Young Master Yun, what are you doing?" Mei Dong saw that he was about to leave, and her eyes revealed her anxiety. "We'll go first," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Are you interested in joining us?" Mei Dong also wanted to follow them, but everyone in the sect was on high alert. If she left, it would be too outrageous. She could only say regretfully, "I want to be with my fellow sect members." "Yes," Yun Xiao nodded. "You must be careful in everything you do." After he finished speaking, he took out the recording needle and ran in the direction indicated on it. Han Xian looked at her own hand. Although she had only pulled it a little, 1,000 thoughts were surging in her heart. She seemed to have lost her hearing and could hear everything around her. She could only hear her own heart beating. When she saw Yun Xiao fly away, she subconsciously followed him, but her mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, and she could not think about anything else. Seeing the two of them leave, many of the rogue cultivators also followed. Although the battle between the Big Dipper sect and the Chamber of Commerce was interesting to watch, they preferred to watch the treasure. In an instant, more than half of the people followed Yun Xiao and Nangong Wuk, but they were all standing far away from the handsome figure, feeling awe and fear. The people who were watching the battle grew anxious when they saw Yun Xiao leave. Sun Jiming cupped his fists and said, "Everyone from the Big Dipper sect, I'll leave this place to you. I'll be leaving first. I don't want the treasure to fall into the hands of others." He didn't wait for the Big Dipper sect's reply and left with his subordinates. The departure of the Heavenly Scorpion sect immediately caused the people from the two forces to start getting restless. Tan Dijuan felt aggrieved, and he had to deal with this crazy man in front of him. Gao Lin had also suffered too great a blow. In addition to the humiliation he had suffered, he had gone crazy and fought with all his might. As the saying went, the brave one wins when they meet on a narrow road. The two of them had almost the same strength, but in this situation, Tan Dijuan was in constant danger, and he was almost seriously injured several times. "You crazy bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Tan Dijuan was also furious. The mist gathered around him and gradually turned solid, covering him like armor. Behind him, a huge figure of toughness appeared. As he punched out, it shattered the palm shadows in the sky and fell down with a rumble. Great Azura Fist. One punch to break the mountains and rivers. The huge mist was gradually absorbed into the fist, and the fist shadow became solid, turning brown and falling down. As soon as the fist appeared, Gao Lin's power was immediately compressed back. He changed his move in midair and threw out a punch as well, suppressing his opponent's fist force. The two forces suddenly exploded, and a destructive power spread out. Not only did the space collapse, but the earth also trembled, and the entire mountain range cracked. Dozens of figures flew up in all directions to avoid being caught up in the powerful force. They all looked at each other in shock. "Ying Lin, you old man. If you want to fight, this sect will accompany you to the death today." Tan Dijuan's anger was finally ignited. Anyone would get angry after being suppressed and beaten by the enemy. The extremely dense mist formed into tornadoes that appeared around his body, penetrating the heaven and earth. The aura of a 9-stars Marshal Supreme rose to the peak, and the power of the domain repelled all living creatures within a few hundred meters, forming an independent world. Under the shock of the punch, Ying Lin's anger was gradually extinguished, and he calmed down. He looked at Tan Dijuan, who was like a god who had descended from the heavens, and he was hesitant. "Old man, aren't you very cool? Come on." Tan Dijuan reached out his hand, and suddenly, a misty tornado was held by his 5 fingers and smashed down. Ying Lin's expression changed. He formed a seal with both hands, and a round seal suddenly shot out from his hands. It flew up rapidly and collided with the fog tornado, shattering it and dissipating the seal. The two of them faced each other from a distance. Seeing that Tan Dijuan was about to attack again, Ying Lin's expression finally changed, and he shouted, "Stop!" Tan Dijuan said coldly, "Old man, Didn't you want to risk your life? This sect will accompany you to the end today and see who will die first. I was too impulsive just now. But don't let your emotions get the better of you, said Gao Lin with a cold glint in his eyes. Continuing to fight was not beneficial to anyone. It would only increase the aggro out of thin air and benefit others. Why don't we just forget about it and pretend that what happened just now never happened? Humph, just because you say it didn't happen, it didn't happen? Who do you think you are? Tan Dijuan was still angry. He laughed and said, since you've provoked this sect, don't think that it'll be so easy to let this matter rest. What do you want? Ying Lin's expression changed. Tan Dijuan finally calmed down and laughed. Simple. I'll just compensate you with tens of billions of primeval stones. What? Tens of billions? You're trying to blackmail me with this? Yelled Gao Lin angrily. Do you think I'm an idiot? Hee. Tan Dijuan waved his hand and absorbed all the mist in the air into his body. He said, this matter started because of you, so it's up to you whether you want to compensate me or not. As for whether it will continue, it's up to you. He suddenly realized that after getting in touch with Yunxiao, he had also learned his shameless extortion techniques. The surrounding people were all shocked. As an existence at the peak of the martial venerable realm, they had never heard of such a thing as extortion. Their eyes widened in surprise. Ying Lin was on the verge of going crazy. Not only had he lost his right-hand man, but he had also destroyed the level 8 treasured mirror. Now, he had to lose an astronomical amount of vital stones. He wanted nothing more than to charge forward and fight to the death. But he still forced himself to endure it. He had been too unwise before, which led to the current situation. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, I can pay you some primordial stones, but you can't ask for such a high price. 100 million medial-grade primordial stones. Not even one more. Tan Dijuan was in a great mood. He could clearly feel the anger he felt when he was extorted by Yunxiao. 10 billion, not one less. Everyone felt dizzy. The revered martial artist, who was usually as high and mighty as a god, was actually like a commoner, haggling without any integrity. If we are fated to meet, 10 billion primeval stones is not expensive. 1,000 rivers and mountains are always filled with love. How about 1 billion primeval stones? The spring breeze never passes through Jade Gate Pass. I'll die for 83. There's true love in the world, so we should save as much as we can. The price is already very reasonable. It's up to you whether you want to compensate me or not. Everyone fainted, and they were all speechless. At least 5 billion, Tan Dijuan said. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. No matter where you are, it is impossible to ask a peak martial venerable to help you without this number. Gao Lin knew that it would be difficult to continue, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. He secretly sneered and thought to himself, I'll agree to your request for the time being. After this treasure hunt, you may not be able to survive. Even if you manage to escape, I'll settle the score with you. After a round of bargaining, the two groups stopped their dispute and flew in the direction of the recording needle. However, they were far away from each other and were afraid of each other. Yunxiao and Hanxian were at the forefront of the group. The Deathly Mountain range was huge and full of all kinds of dangers, but with everyone together, they had a safe journey. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, Those two idiots finally stopped. What? Hanxian nodded in surprise, not knowing what Yunxiao was referring to. It took her a moment to react. Then she said, Ah? Are you talking about Tan Dijuan and Ying Lin? She revealed a shocked expression and said, We're already 100 miles away, and you can still sense it? Don't forget, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm an alchemist who can even defeat Mo Huayuan. When two martial venerables at the peak stage fight, the martial will fluctuation can be transmitted even from thousands of miles away. Han Xian was shocked, and she suddenly remembered that this man who could kill a 7-stars martial venerable with one sword strike had also defeated an 8th-tier great alchemist. She was completely dumbfounded. Even if she searched through the entire history of the realm of heavenly martial arts, she would never find a second person as monstrous as him. To be able to achieve such heaven-defying achievements at this age. She couldn't help but admire Ding Ling in her heart. Where did she find such a monster? The so-called spiritual technique and martial arts association was so weak. Not to mention in the Merchant Union, even in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, even including the alien races, there was no one of his generation who could compete with him. Han Xian was relieved that Tianyuan Trading Company would be safe this time. Moreover, with Fang Tianhe's death and the mass production of those recipes, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce's revival was not far away. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Yun Xiao suddenly said, "Be careful. It seems to be a natural illusion. Watch the recording needle and follow it." Han Xian was taken aback. She looked up and found that Yun Xiao was gone, and all she could see was a thick fog. She hurriedly took out the recording needle and followed it carefully. It was said that there was a natural illusion in the Dead Land, and it was very difficult for those who entered it to survive. It was unknown how the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce had done it. They could even modify the needle to go around all the dangerous places in the Dead Land. Han Xian followed the needle for 5 minutes before her expression changed drastically. She smelled a faint fragrance in the mist and soon felt a power seeping into her skin. "There's poison in the mist." She was shocked and hurriedly circulated her vital qi, trying to expel the poisonous gas that she had already inhaled. However, he was shocked to find out that the poison could penetrate directly into Yuan Qi. What kind of poison is this? It's so powerful that the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce dares to kill all of us. Han Xian couldn't believe it. She felt that the more luck she had, the deeper the poison was. Then, her body began to feel numb, and her nervous system's reaction gradually slowed. She hurriedly took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them. She didn't dare to move forward, but sat down cross-legged to dissolve the medicinal power. Those pills were all spirit pills that could detoxify and clear the mind. The medicinal power spread out, but there was no effect at all. Han Xian was anxious, and not only did her nerves begin to feel numb, but her eyes also began to blur, and illusions began to appear. Suddenly, a warm hand touched her back. A wave of heat came from her back and flowed through her veins. It was like sweet spring water pouring into dry land. The poison in her body was gradually dispelled. "Who are you?" Han Xian turned around and saw the familiar figure. "Young Master Yun? Why aren't you affected by the poison of this illusion? Are you in real life or am I seeing things?" The man was Yun Xiao. He chuckled and said, "What do you think? As for this level of illusion, it can't confuse me. I've always been by your side. You just can't see me." Han Xian felt a warm feeling in her heart when she heard this. She thought to herself, he had always been by my side, protecting me and never leaving. Soon, the remaining poison in Han Xuan's body was cleared. She turned around and said, "Thank you, young Master Yun. Your eyes." To her horror, she found that Yun Xiao's eyes had turned into the color of demonic crescent moons, and a strange power was exuding from his eyes. When she looked at him, she felt dizzy, and she could not look at him directly. "This is my ocular technique," Yun Xiao said. "As long as there is enough energy, it can break all illusions. Don't look into my eyes. Just take my hand and follow me." He reached out to grab Han Xian and walked forward without any sign of disharmony or embarrassment. Although Han Xian felt a little awkward, she was not as flustered as before. Instead, she let Yun Xiao hold her hand, and a hint of joy grew in her heart, making her feel very shy. With the recording needle and Yun Xiao's eye technique, they soon walked out of the foggy land. Looking back, it turned out to be a valley between two mountains, and the mountains were full of strange flowers which were very beautiful. Yun Xiao let go of Han Xuan's hand and said, "The vastness of the world is indeed incomparably profound. I've never seen this purple-blue flower before, but it seems to be some kind of spirit flower. I don't know what grade it is." Han Xuan's left hand was holding her right hand, which had just been held by Yun Xiao, and she placed it in front of her. She felt a little hot on her face as she said, "There are thousands of rare flowers and plants in the world. How can you identify all of them? I thought it was the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce's doing, but it turns out that it's natural." "Yes," Yun Xiao replied. Not only can this wildflower release a hallucinatory aura, but it also contains a very unique poison. I'm afraid that even those under the domain realm can't resist it. It was unknown how many people could pass this checkpoint. But I think the people of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce already have the antidote. Since the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has already announced the mineral resources, why did they set up these obstacles? Is it to destroy the local forces? Fei Xian said. I don't know. Yunxiao shook his head and said, but that should be one of the reasons. In short, they won't let everyone get the benefits easily, and they should be able to get even greater benefits from it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a loss. Han Xian laughed. Those poor people from the Chamber of Commerce, they used all their tricks. Who would have thought that Fang Tianhe would die just as they set out? Even Ying Lin went crazy. This is something they never expected. I'm afraid they've already lost money. Well, I think there should be some other conspiracy. There's no need to be afraid of them. Let's go, we don't have to wait for the people behind us. After saying that, Yunxiao turned and continued walking. Han Xian followed closely behind him, and she suddenly felt a little melancholic. She hoped that more fog would appear so that this person in front of her could hold her hand. But more than that, she felt shy about her own thoughts. The valley was filled with green peaks and lush spiritual energy. The green leaves of the plants exuded a vigorous life force, making it seem like a paradise on earth. After taking a few steps, Yunxiao suddenly stopped. Han Xian almost bumped into his back, and she said awkwardly, What's wrong, young Master Yun? Is there a situation? This valley is so strange, Yunxiao said. It's just like the lake water. It's full of natural energy, but there are no living creatures. No living beings? Han Xian was taken aback. It was only now that she realized that it was indeed unbelievable that there were no sounds of insects or birds in such a quiet valley. She said in surprise, Could it be another trap? Yunxiao shook his head. No. The illusion was naturally formed by strange flowers and plants, and the lake was a profound artifact. But there was no aura of living things here. Be careful. This kind of situation appeared either because the environment was too poisonous and couldn't accommodate other living beings. It was either that a powerful demonic beast was entrenched here and had become a forbidden area that other living beings did not dare to approach. There's no problem with the spiritual energy here, so it's obviously the latter. You mean there are powerful demonic beasts here? Han Xian asked in surprise. What level would it be? 8th tier. Yunxiao said softly. 5th tier. You've already noticed it? Han Xian asked in shock. No. Yunxiao shook his head. I don't. Han Xian asked, Henin, how do you know it's level 8? If it were a 7th tier demon beast, it would not be a threat at all, Yunxiao said. It would not be used by the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce to deal with us. After all, there were many martial supremes in the Big Dipper sect and the Heavenly Scorpion sect. Any one of them could be dealt with. However, if it was a level 9, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would not have the guts to come. So if there's a demonic beast here, it's at least an 8th ranked one. Han Xian was dazed for a moment, then immediately understood. This logical reasoning did make sense. She suddenly felt that nothing could stump this white-robed young man. Ha ha! Li Yunxiao, you're fine. A familiar voice came from behind him. Tan Dijuan and the others had come out of the mist, and a large number of warriors were chasing after them. More than half of them had been killed. The Big Dipper sect didn't lack a single person, as if they already had a way to deal with the fog. It's not strange at all that young Master Yun can walk out of the fog, Xiao Minghui said in surprise. But it's really amazing that President Luan Xian can walk out of it as well. Humph! Han Xian snorted coldly. Many of you are much weaker than me, but aren't you all out? Xiao Minghui smiled. Don't be angry, President Han Xian. Although this fog is in the Dead Land and few people know about it, it's no secret to the sects that have been standing here for a long time. The antidote has long been in existence. President Luan Xian was an outsider, and it was already admirable that she could come out of the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce successfully. It seemed that the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce was not simple. You must know that in this fog, even a martial honor can only protect themselves. They can't help others. Han Xian was taken aback. Even a martial venerable can't help me, so how did Yun Xiao do it? However, when she thought of his other monstrous talents, she felt at ease. It was as if anything that happened to him was extremely normal. Yun Xiao glanced at the crowd. In addition to these local gangs, the people who had passed through were indeed some itinerant cultivators who had stayed in Southfire City for a long time and knew the secret of it, so they had antidotes with them. He snorted coldly and said, "Sect Master Xiao knows that this fog is not simple. Yet, you didn't give this young master any medicinal pills to eat. Looks like we can't be friends anymore." Xiao Minghui said awkwardly, "With young Master Yun's abilities, you naturally don't need an antidote." Just as he said this, another group of people flew over from the distance. It was the Chamber of Commerce led by Gao Lin. Of course, they were unscathed, but when they saw Yun Xiao, they felt a sense of fear. When he saw that Yun Xiao was also safe and sound, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Although he had expected that the mist would not work on him, he still had a glimmer of hope that Yun Xiao would die in there, but now his fantasy was shattered. "Old Man Tong, what kind of trap have you set up here?" Tan Dijuan asked. There were no living beings at all. Could it be a forbidden area for high-level demonic beasts? Don't tell me you found a ninth-order monster beast. Seeing that the problem had been seen through, Gao Lin didn't hide anything and said, "Tan Dijuan, I don't like what you just said. What do you mean I got it? There's an 8th-order monster beast here, just in front of the exit of the valley. If you're afraid, please return." "Humph, if it's only at the 8th rank, we'll all go up together, skin it and sell it for money." Tan Dijuan snorted coldly and led his men forward. He realized that he had also been infected with the habit of loving money, and every time he opened his mouth, he would think of getting benefits. At the thought of this, he could not help but roll his eyes at Yun Xiao, which baffled him. The martial emperors and even a few martial grandmasters retreated to the back of the group. If there was an 8th-rank demonic beast in front of them, they were afraid that they would be affected. Mei Dong-er was with the sect's team. When she passed Yun Xiao, she said, "After I found out that there was fog there, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to pass. Now I can finally rest assured." Watching Mei Dong-er leave, Han Xuan's heart ached. "This girl is very concerned about you." Yun Xiao hummed without thinking and said, "Let's go and see what kind of demon beast is occupying this place. A rank 8 isn't an easy opponent." Han Xian followed behind, but her heart started to feel stifled, and she couldn't be happy. She suddenly came to a realization and said sadly, "Silly Han Xian, what are you thinking? Who is he?" He killed a 7-stars martial venerable with a single sword strike and challenged an 8th-tier alchemist. He will be at the peak of the heavenly martial realm in the future. How could he fall in love with a silly girl like you and have any relationship with you? I've only helped you and saved you once, yet you're already letting your thoughts run wild. Aren't you embarrassed?" A blush flashed across her face, and the knot in her heart was gradually untied. Only then did she recover her calm mood and followed closely. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, had no idea about the change in the little girl's mind. He was fully focused on the treasure and the demon beast in front of him. When they were about to leave the valley, they did not see anything strange. There was a flat grassland leading out of the valley, and the 2 mountains were covered with all kinds of green branches and vines. Could it be that the demonic beast has gone out to hunt for food? One of the cultivators carefully analyzed. "Tisk, he's already rank 8, why is he still looking for food? I think he went out to visit relatives." Another person retorted, "No matter what, it's great news that the demonic beasts aren't here. Otherwise, if those experts directly rush over and don't care about our lives, we'll have come for nothing." Everyone was overjoyed, especially those rogue cultivators. A few of them couldn't bear it and directly flew past. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Between the 2 mountains, several shadows suddenly flashed across the green vines, so fast that it was difficult to catch them with the naked eye. Before the 2 martial grandmaster powerhouses could react, their bodies were immediately pierced through, with more than 10 big holes in them. They fell to the ground in a terrifying manner. Magnet! Everyone felt a chill as they looked over in horror. Just now, he had only seen the attack flash, but he had not seen the actual attack. 2 martial arts grandmasters had actually died just like that. A cold smile appeared on Ying Lin's face. You're leading the charge with your trash cultivation. It's not their cultivation that killed them, it's their intelligence. His words immediately attracted the extreme indignation of the itinerant martial artists, and they all glared at him. The relationship between these itinerant martial artists could not be considered harmonious, but at this moment, they were the weakest group. They had a feeling of gathering together for warmth. Now that he saw the 2 of them lying in the valley's exit, he immediately felt a sense of sadness. The corner of Xianxia's eye twitched as he immediately recognized the attack. It's actually a little green monster. I didn't expect this place to have such a thing. Do you know that demon beast? Tandijuan asked. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, it's something called a little green demon, but it's only a 6th tier 1. It can only harm cultivators below the rank of a martial emperor. Only the kings of the minor demons can reach the 7th rank. It's not an 8th rank item. Oh! Tandijuan looked at the Chamber of Commerce and said, this is the checkpoint you set up? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? What does it have to do with us? Gao Lin snorted coldly. If you have the ability, just walk over. I don't want to talk to people like you. Tandijuan took the lead and walked forward. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. As soon as he walked between the 2 mountains, the little green demons on the mountains started to attack him. Shadows filled the sky, and the sound of air breaking was constantly heard. Tandijuan slightly opened his domain, and all the little green monsters bounced back after hitting the wall around him. They couldn't hurt him at all. Humph! A bunch of trash. He snorted coldly and released a mist from his body. The little green demons that rushed into the mist fell down one after another as if they were poisoned. As if they had a spirit that didn't fear death, they continued to charge forward even as they watched their companions die. Soon, almost all of them died, falling all over the ground. It's over. Everyone was full of doubts. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. Not good. Look below your feet. Tandijuan lowered his head and saw the dead little green demons melting on the ground, gradually seeping into the earth. The soil under Tandijuan's feet started to turn muddy, and his feet sank into the soil. The earth turned into a swamp. Xianxia had experienced the same scene outside the demon land, but it was just a restrictive array cast by Gu Yuesheng. At this moment, it had truly become a quagmire. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Soon, a terrifying scene appeared in front of them. The ground in the entire valley began to corrode and wither. The original green space was completely turned into mud, spreading over a large area, no less than 100 meters. The strong corrosive gas emitted by the mud even frightened the warriors. Just smelling it made them feel like their yuan qi was being corroded, forcing all the warriors to retreat into the valley. Tandijuan, on the other hand, was standing in the air. His domain had formed a defense to resist the corrosive qi. His face had turned serious. He stepped forward in the air, and with every step, he would shake off a large amount of corrosive air. It seemed that he was struggling with every step. Everyone was extremely shocked. If a 9-stars Martial Supreme was having such a hard time, then they could forget about passing through. Tandijuan was about to reach the other side of the river when a huge muddy hand suddenly rose from the swamp. It was more than 10 meters wide, and it stretched out its 5 fingers in the air to grab Tandijuan. In an instant, he was completely caught in the hand and clenched into a fist. Magnet! Everyone was so scared that they broke out in cold sweat and retreated. Even a 9-stars Martial Venerable was caught. Bang! The huge Madras seal suddenly exploded, and mud fell from the sky. Tandijuan's body was surrounded by the mist, and he was flying forward with a shocked expression on his face. The huge muddy fist was blown away, but it quickly condensed again and quickly chased after him. Unfortunately, it was already too weak, and Tandijuan successfully crossed to the other side. The arm swam on the shore for a while before slowly sinking into the mud. It was calm again, and only the strong corrosive gas continued to spread. However, everyone's hair stood on end, and no one dared to take a step forward. Haha. Sect Master Tan's strength is indeed extraordinary. You didn't get eaten. Everyone from the Chamber of Commerce. Come with me. Gao Lin laughed. He leaped up and flew to the other side of the swamp. He was not attacked by the corrosive power, which stunned everyone. Not only Ying Lin, but the warriors of the Chamber of Commerce also rose into the air and flew over easily, turning their heads back from time to time with sneers on their faces. These old fogies. There must be some kind of aura on their bodies that the monster beasts in the swamp can't detect or are afraid of. Sun Jiming was shocked and furious, but he was helpless. The other party had come prepared, while he and his people had come blindly. If that's the case, Jinjin Xiao Minghui pondered for a moment. Then, his figure suddenly flashed and rushed into the sky. He flew into the crowd of warriors of the Chamber of Commerce and also flew past them without being attacked. Ah! The cultivators behind him were all dumbfounded, and all of them quickly reacted, rushing to chase after the last few Chamber of Commerce cultivators. The cultivators of the Chamber of Commerce were shocked and immediately increased their speed to the maximum, running away at top speed. Yunxiao and Hanxian were not willing to fall behind, and they also squeezed into the crowd. Ying Lin, who had reached the other side of the river, suddenly changed his expression. Without thinking, he took out something and threw it into the mud. He didn't see what it was, but it sank. Soon, a boiling sound could be heard. A vast and overbearing demonic power immediately spread out from the mud. Tan Dijuan's pupils shrank, and he shouted angrily, "Old man, what did you throw?" Ying Lin played dumb and said indifferently, "Did I? Oh, I just threw away some of my unwanted items." What a strong demonic power! Oh no, they are in danger. Sun Jiming was shocked. He saw a head gradually emerge from the mud. It looked like a mud slope with mud rolling on it and thick smoke billowing. After its head was exposed, its eye sockets were empty. It opened its mouth and spat out a corrosive gas towards the martial artists. Not good. Quickly run. Over 100 people in the air were immediately thrown into chaos. Many of them were hit by the corrosive gas and fell directly. There were some who were lucky enough to escape, but they suddenly discovered that a muddy hand was coming down from all directions in front of them. It was like swatting flies, and they were directly hit into the mud, leaving no bones behind. Magnet! Tan Dijuan was terrified. He didn't know how many of them would survive if this continued. All martial venerables, attack together with me and protect our disciples, he shouted. He was the first to rush back to the sky above the mud and dispersed the mist. A gray tunnel immediately appeared and he shouted, "Local sects, come over here." When the disciples of the Big Dipper sect saw this, they were overjoyed and rushed toward the misty bridge. Sun Jiming and a few other revered martial artists also flew into the mud at the same time and began to work together to suppress the demonic beast. The number of deaths was reduced in an instant. Everyone was pleasantly surprised as they rushed towards the direction of the fog. Bang! Suddenly, a warrior's chest exploded and he fell into the mud, which shocked everyone. It was Tan Dijuan. He said in a cold voice, "This place is only open for the disciples of the local sects to pass through. As for the rest of you, you can only pray for yourself. If you continue to squeeze in, you will end up like that scum just now." This immediately caused many cultivators to leave in panic, running towards the other side of the river. Among the itinerant martial artists, a sense of sorrow surged in the hearts of everyone. "Not good, I can't suppress it anymore. Quickly retreat," Xiao Minghui shouted. After the demonic beast in the mud was pushed into the mud by them, it suddenly burst out. A large amount of mud was constantly shot out from the bottom, and a large number of warriors were hit. The lucky ones were injured, while the unlucky ones fell down and died. However, those who died were all itinerant martial artists. The local forces hurriedly retreated to the other side under the protection of several martial honors. Mei Dong-er was among them. She looked anxiously at Yunxiao behind her and cried out desperately, "Young Master Yun, come here. Junior sister, don't bother about him. We can't even escape on our own," a disciple of the Big Dipper sect said anxiously as he pushed forward. Under the joint protection of several martial venerables, the only safe place was the misty passage. Han Xian, you go first. Yun Xiao grabbed Han Xian and threw her into the tunnel, ignoring her resistance. Humph, the passage of our sect is only enough for the people of our sect to use. Didn't the two of you hear Sect Master Tan's words? Zhendio suddenly blocked Han Xuan's path and lightly slapped out his palm. He grinned hideously and shouted, I'll spare your life this time. If there's a next time, you'll end up like that person. The wind from his palm was strong and fierce, but it didn't hurt Han Xian. It only shook her away and she fell into the mud in the distance. Han Xian was shocked, and she hurriedly stabilized her body in the air before flying directly to the other side. But suddenly, a huge hand swam over from the distance and grabbed at her. Han Xuan's face turned pale with fear. She finally understood why Tan Dijuan couldn't escape from the palm. Under the 5 fingers, there was an extremely strong earth rhythm, which suppressed her and made her unable to move. She could only watch the palm fall with despair and helplessness in her heart. Shen Daio, you deserve to die. Yun Xiao roared as he suddenly released his mental power from between his eyebrows. The air twisted, and he instantly teleported to Han Xuan's side and wrapped his arm around her waist. After that, the divine fire of the phoenix between his brows shot out in a line and broke the giant hand. He then took Han Xian and soared into the sky, striding forward. Having escaped death, Han Xian had an indescribable feeling in her heart. When Yun Xiao held her thin waist and pressed her against his body, she felt weak all over, but she also felt extremely safe. The corrosive air and all kinds of dangers in the sky could not hurt her. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the mud below Yun Xiao broke open, and 7 or 8 giant hands emerged, rushing up at the same time with bared fangs and brandishing claws, trying to grab the 2 men. Yun Xiao was shocked, not understanding why the mud monster had its eyes on him. There were only 3 or 4 hands where those martial honors were, but they had actually used 8 hands to deal with him. He didn't have time to think about it. He formed a sword seal with 1 hand and shouted, Han Xian, you go first. Then, a ray of sword light gushed out from between his eyebrows. It was the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword. It danced in the air under his hand seals, ready to be used. Yun Xiao flicked his hand and immediately threw Han Xian onto the sword. Sword technique demon slaying, he shouted, and a demonic dragon emerged from the Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword. It let out a powerful cry, broke open a space passage, and flew to the other side. Han Xian stepped on the Northern Heaven Frigid Star Sword, and an icy chill pierced through her feet. Her entire body was freezing, and no matter how much vital qi she used, she couldn't get rid of it. In an instant, she felt her limbs getting frostbitten. But what made her heart turn even colder was that when she looked back, she saw Yun Xiao being grabbed by a big hand and clenched into a fist after he had used the sword technique. No! She let out a sorrowful cry and used her sword technique to kill demons. She directly broke through the corrosive air around her and brought her to the other side safely. Han Xuan's body turned cold the moment she landed, and she fell to the ground. The Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword was still shining with a cold light, stuck in the ground. Young Master Yun! Mei Dong also cried out at the same time. When she saw Yun Xiao being grabbed by a big hand, her legs gave way, and she almost fell down the misty passage. Shangguan Yuan, who was beside her, quickly supported her, and in a few flashes, they landed on the opposite land. At this moment, a large number of local forces warriors had arrived safely through the smog tunnel. The itinerant cultivators who had made it through also took a breath and flew over while the muddle-headed monster was madly attacking Yun Xiao. They were all covered in cold sweat and felt a lingering fear. They stared at the several big hands in the mud. If Yun Xiao had not suddenly attracted the muddling monster to burst out and all of them swam away, they would not have escaped so easily. Tan Dijuan's eyes burned with anger. He glared at Shen Daio and said, "If he dies, you'll be punished." Zhen Dio furrowed his brows and said angrily, "Why? Why should I be punished if he dies? You want to kill a mere Wu Zong, don't you?" Tan Dijuan said coldly, "That was in the past. Don't forget that he still has the lightning transformation divine skill. You've seen its power just now. If you throw away the lightning transformation divine art, will senior brother let you go? Jindio's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. Mei Donger stumbled over to Tan Dijuan, knelt down and cried, Lord Vice Sect Leader, I beg you, please save young Master Yun. Tan Dijuan's face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Sun Jiming was also very worried. Of course, he was also worried that the lightning transformation divine skill would disappear. He said, Sect Master Tan, you were also caught by that big hand just now. I wonder what's the hope of you getting out. Tan Dijuan looked at the big hand that was holding Yun Xiao, and his face darkened. It's very difficult. The hand contained the power of the earth, which could suppress the space and make you unable to move. The corrosive power was also very powerful, even stronger than the mist that I cultivated. If an ordinary grandmaster was caught, he would definitely die. However, I don't know about him. I hope he doesn't die. Mei Donger cried even more sorrowfully and prayed with all her might. Han Chuan's face was also pale. Although her body was cold and the cold air entered her body, a deeper chill came from the bottom of her heart, which was even colder than the body. Wu Lin's side was also watching nervously. On the contrary, they hoped that Yun Xiao would die here. However, they were quickly disappointed. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the back of the hand that was holding Yun Xiao. It was as pure as snow, as if it had not been contaminated by the mortal world. Then there was 1, 2, and 3 more streaks of mist. The light of Yun Xiao's divine body swept away the foul air, and then a roar of a demon beast came out of his palm. But it was not the mudskippers. A bronze figure was growing bigger and bigger, pushing the muddled beast's palm open. It was the gourd little King Kong. It roared and grew bigger, then punched the palm. Bang! The muddy demonic beast's palm was completely smashed by the gourd little King Kong's punch, turning into big pieces of mud and falling down. When the Calabash warrior bent down, Yun Xiao was standing on his back. His skin was emitting a faint golden light that flickered, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Phew! As expected, this kid didn't die. Tan Dijuan heaved a heavy sigh of relief, but his eyes were filled with more fear. At that moment, the golden light that was shining on Yun Xiao's body made him feel a chill. It seemed to be an extremely powerful cultivation technique. This brat has so many fucking trump cards. Tan Dijuan cursed under his breath. His eyes twitched as he watched the gourd little King Kong break the arms one by one. This gourd little King Kong had appeared once at the auction and forced Gao Lin to retreat with a punch. Everyone thought that it was a puppet, just like a profound level weapon, unafraid of death, so no one thought much about it. However, at this moment he was stunned. Was this really a puppet? It was so intelligent that it knew how to attack automatically even without anyone controlling it. Moreover, it kept punching. What else could it be if not the Vajra punch? Even if it was a puppet, was there a puppet that could suppress the violent beating of an 8th-rank demonic beast? Tan Dijuan wasn't the only one. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Even Mei Donger, who had been crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, forgot to wipe her tears. She stared at the strange scene in a daze. The gourd little King Kong's huge body stood in the air above the swamp. As long as a big hand condensed and rushed up, he would run over and punch it. The muddy demon beast that had troubled and frightened everyone looked like a child at this moment. It had been beaten until it had no temper. Gradually, the number of hands condensed decreased. Suddenly, a stream of mud shot up from below and pointed directly at Yun Xiao. It seemed that the demon beast had intelligence and understood that this man was the real master. Frowning slightly, Yun Xiao took a slight step forward and stopped the gourd little King Kong, who was rushing over, and said, "I'll try it myself." He raised his right hand, and a golden light flickered on his fist. There seemed to be a strange power surging on his fist, and he punched toward the mud. Bang! It was like an iron hammer hitting tofu. The mud exploded and turned into countless pieces of mud that fell down. Magnet! The strike made everyone's heart tremble with fear. That muddy attack, not to mention its powerful corrosiveness, was an attack from an 8th-rank demonic beast, but it was destroyed by a single punch. Xianxia was also taken aback by the power of his punch. He stood in the sky in a daze as he looked at the golden light all over his body and asked suspiciously, "Is this the imperishable golden body? Why do I feel like I'm lacking something?" "You're indeed far from Ao Changkong's," the demon dragon said. "Is it because your cultivation base is not high enough?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Cultivation and physical strength are two completely different things. The power of this imperishable golden body is at most comparable to that of a martial supreme. It is completely different from Ao Changkong's destructive power. The tyrant body tempering technique that I know of has already reached its limit, so there should be a lower part of it." "The lower part of the cultivation technique. Then what should we do?" the demon dragon asked. "You can't possibly ask Ao Changkong for it, right? 9 out of 10 times you'll be smacked to death." "Forget it," Xianxia said. "It's good that you don't have the lower part of the cultivation technique. God knows how many primordial stones it would take to fill up my current body. If I really cultivate the inextinguishable golden body to Ao Changkong's level, I'm afraid I'll never be able to recover to the peak of the 9 heavens realm in this lifetime." Han Xian also recovered from the cold and hurriedly called out, "Young Master Yun, come here." She was afraid of another variable. "No hurry," Xianxia said with a smile. "I can use this demon beast as a practice." Everyone was shivering, including Tan Dijuan and Ying Lin, whose faces were all pale. This kind of demonic beast that everyone was afraid of and did their best to escape. He actually said that he wanted to use it to practice. If the person in front of him was a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, it would still make sense. However, the person in front of him was a martial grandmaster of the 6 directions realm, Lao Ai. Yunxiao's physical body had just stepped into the imperishable golden body, and he needed some time to refine it. He shouted down from the sky, "Reveal your true body and fight me. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go, or else you'll die." When everyone heard this, their heads were filled with exclamation marks. They felt as if their brains had a bump and were not working well. With a point of his finger, Xianxia summoned the breathing earth at his fingertips and pressed it down from the air. The entire mud suddenly boiled, as if a volcano was about to erupt. "What's going on?" Everyone turned pale with fright. The violent demonic power in the mud surged up. Even when they were standing on the ground, they could feel it and felt that it was extremely terrifying. Roar! Finally, a huge figure rushed out of the swamp. Only the upper half of the body was exposed. It was made of mud and had 12 arms. Its empty eyes looked at the little bit of breathing earth and flickered with a strange divine light. The living earth gave birth to all living things. It was the mother of the earth, the origin of the earth. To any earth-type demonic beast, it had an irresistible temptation. After the muddy demon beast revealed its true face, it roared and rushed at Xianxia, all 12 hands reaching out to grab him. "Today, I'm going to try and see if Ao Changkong's inextinguishable golden body is useful or not." Xianxia laughed proudly as he clenched his fist and put away the earth. Then, he flew toward the demon beast and clenched his fist in the air, which transformed into a dazzling golden shadow that looked like the sun, shining in all directions. Imperishable golden body, motionless king fist. Boom, boom, boom. The golden fist, which was like a rotating sun, pierced through the mudskipper beast's body. A huge golden light exploded and illuminated the area. Like a golden god of war, Yunxiao's eyes flickered with starlight as he muttered to himself, "It's almost time." With a point of his finger, the gored little King Kong was absorbed into his glabella. He walked out of the golden light and landed on the ground. The upper body of the mud monster behind him was directly blown to pieces. It roared madly in the mud, its voice filled with anger and extreme unwillingness. Although it was an 8th-tier demon beast, it had consumed a lot of its strength under the joint suppression of Sun Jiming and the others, and then it was suppressed by the calabash little King Kong, so it had long lost control of its strength. Now that it was being used as a target for Xianxia to practice, it was so angry that it kept roaring. But there was nothing it could do. After Xianxia landed on the ground, some of the warriors on the shore immediately scattered. as if they had seen something more terrifying than the muddled beast. They did not dare to approach him, and they looked at him from a distance with deep fear. Yuanxiao sneered when he saw the crowd's fearful eyes on him. Then he said to Yinglin and the other leaders, "It's rare for everyone to wait for me here and not leave. How can I thank everyone for this young master's concern?" Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words, and they looked at each other helplessly. "It's good that you're fine, boy. If something happened to you, the deal between us would be over," Tan Dijuan said with an embarrassed smile. "Humph." Yuanxiao snorted lightly as he clenched his fist in the air. The northern heaven-cold star sword suddenly flew back into his hand, and a sword beam as cold as water bloomed in the air, pointing at Zhendio as he said coldly, "Do you still remember what I said just now? You really deserve to die." Zhendio was shocked by the sword ray and retreated continuously. He had watched this man kill a 7-star martial venerable with one sword and destroy an 8th-rank demonic beast with one punch. He could not compete with either of them. In fact, Yuanxiao's strength had been greatly overestimated by the crowd. Fang Tianhe was killed by the thunder tribulation of a 9th-tier profound artifact. Although the power of the imperishable golden body was very strong, the key was that the monster had exhausted its demonic power and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. But the visual effects of the two attacks were so shocking that even Tan Dijuan and Yinglin did not dare to provoke Yuanxiao, let alone Zhendio. His face changed drastically with fear, and he quickly hid behind Elder Sima. Tan Dijuan's face changed drastically. He stepped forward and said, "Elder Zhen was indeed in the wrong. I'll have him apologize to you." "Apologize? I almost lost my friend because of this," Yuanxiao sneered. "How can an apology end this?" "Tan Dijuan, you're getting more and more humorous." Tan Dijuan was so angry that his eyes bulged, but he did not dare to argue with Yuanxiao, so he said angrily, "Then what are you going to do?" "I won't let you kill Elder Zhen. Why don't I compensate you with some vitality stones?" He suddenly thought of something and asked. He knew Yuanxiao's character very well, and he seemed to be very friendly with primordial stones. I can consider that." As expected, Yuanxiao's eyes lit up as he immediately put away the northern heaven-cold star sword and said, "How much?" Everyone felt dizzy, so this could work too. The bargaining between Tan Dijuan and Yinglin had already made everyone feel uncomfortable. It seemed that money could do anything. Even a martial venerable could use yuan stones to buy his life. Tan Dijuan's heart ached. He knew he was going to be extorted again. He said, "Let's put it aside for now. When we find the treasure, we'll settle the deal together with the first 2 deals we made." "How about it?" He thought to himself. "When the time comes, I'll let senior brother Zhang Linghua negotiate with the kid. With a martial emperor in charge, he'll be able to suppress him and prevent him from asking for an outrageous price." "All right." Yuanxiao was rather straightforward. He stared coldly at Zhendio and said, "I'll hang your head on your neck for now. Whether I take it away or not will depend on how many origin stones your sect is willing to pay for you. If you're not worth tens of billions in their eyes, then I'll just take it away." Zhendio's face turned pale. Although he was angry and ashamed, he was helpless. Dignity was important, but many people valued their lives more. Tan Dijuan felt dizzy. Although Yuanxiao's words were directed at Zhendio, he was undoubtedly telling him that the problem could not be solved without tens of billions of primordial stones. He felt that he couldn't handle this person at all, so he shook his head and said, "Let's go quickly. If we can find the Southern Fire golden crystal source, these few primeval stones won't make a difference." His words immediately gave all the surviving cultivators some hope and courage. After experiencing such a difficult life and death situation, they were probably about to see the light. Yinglin and the others looked at each other and didn't say anything. They lowered their heads and continued walking. The whole team was divided into 4 parts. Local forces, Chamber of Commerce forces, itinerant cultivators, and the last part was Yuanxiao and Tongxian. The 2 of them smiled wryly, and Tongxian said gratefully, "Thank you," she said. "It's fine," Yuanxiao chuckled. It was just 2 simple sentences. Some people and some things didn't need to be said too much. After the battle with the mud monster, Everyone was listless. Young Master Yun, you have too many responsibilities on your shoulders, Xianxia said. I hope you won't risk your life to save me like this next time, or I'll feel uneasy. Don't worry, Yunxiao said with a smile. There's no danger ahead. Eh? How did young Master Yun find out? Xianxia found it strange. The conversation between the two men was in a normal tone, so everyone could hear it clearly. They were all surprised and wanted to hear Yunxiao's opinion. Don't you see those fools from the Chamber of Commerce walking in the front? Yunxiao laughed. When were they at the forefront when there was danger? This buy-in. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. I see. Everyone also revealed a look of understanding. This was indeed the case. Lin was very angry. He snorted angrily, flicked his sleeve, and continued to speed forward, not wanting to listen to Yunxiao anymore. Yunxiao smiled and formed a team with Xianxia. They crossed a few more mountains and finally came to an open area, where withered plants and sparse trees began to appear. A land with a mine vein must be barren. This place looks good. Xiao Minghui gazed into the distance and said, There seems to be no life force in front of us, and there's a faint fire element. It's indeed a mineral vein. We've been in South Fire City for so long, yet we didn't know that such resources were hidden in the Deathlands. Everyone quickly jumped up a mountain in front of them and looked down. A large area of fiery red appeared on the surface of the mountain, extending into the distance with no end in sight. Magnet! It's actually such a huge mine. Everyone was shocked and looked over in horror. This mine vein appeared directly on the mountain's surface without any concealment. Visually, it was not much worse than the few existing mine veins in South Fire City. All the major forces were shocked and suspicious. Why would the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce provide such a large mine vein? This was definitely not their style. We've investigated this mine, and it's at least one of the top 5 mines we've discovered so far. It's also been confirmed that the source of Southern Fire Golden Crystal is right under this mountain range, said Gao Lin with a profound tone. Sun Jiming said, President Sun, you should be more direct. Why are you giving away such a huge advantage? Don't tell us that you're learning from others. We're all adults. I've been kind enough to serve everyone, Gao Lin said unhurriedly. But you don't appreciate it. You'll see for yourself when you go to the mountain. Tan Dijuan took the lead and flew up to the peak of the mountain. The crowd waited until Gao Lin and the others had also left before following closely behind. They all remembered what Yunxiao had said. Only when the people of the Chamber of Commerce left first could they prove that there was no danger ahead. When everyone arrived at the peak of the mountain, they looked down and saw a bottomless black hole in the middle of the most red or strong astral winds kept blowing out of the hole, bringing with them an extremely strong fire element. Some martial arts grandmasters felt that they were struggling to resist. Yunxiao looked at the black hole and said, There's actually astral winds. Although they're not too strong, they're enough to prove that this place isn't simple. From the activity of the fire element, there was indeed a Southern Fire Golden Crystal source within the black hole. However, he sneered a few times and said, Could there be a 9th-rank demonic beast inside? Everyone was shocked and secretly thought of this possibility. Otherwise, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have made this treasure land known to everyone. Everyone was suspicious. A 9th-rank demonic beast was an existence comparable to a human expert of the 9 Heavens realm. Killing them was as easy as killing dogs. Tan Dijuan's face was also serious. If there was really a 9th-level demonic beast, even Zhang Linghua wouldn't be able to drive it away. The group of people all stared at Gao Lin. He was the only one who knew the situation best. Don't worry, Lin smiled and said, There are no 9th-rank demonic beasts here. As for the rest, I won't say much. Information is very valuable. If you are willing to pay tens of billions of primeval stones, I can consider telling you. Humph, if there aren't any 9th-order monster beasts, then it must be a dangerous place. Who's willing to go down with me? Tan Dijuan said. Since the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce could get the information, so could he. The people from the local forces looked at each other. Finally, Xiao Minghui and Sun Jiming stepped out and were willing to go down together. The rest of the martial artists were obviously not strong enough. As for those itinerant martial artists, it was even more impossible for them to follow and throw away their lives. Tan Dijuan's eyes fell on Yun Xiao as he said, "Young Master Yun, are you interested?" "Not interested," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "I'm not interested. The Southern Fire golden crystal mines that are scattered all over the mountains are enough to satisfy me. With experts like you eyeing the Southern Fire golden crystal source, I don't dare to have any ideas about it." His insincere words immediately attracted a wave of disdain. Tan Dijuan didn't force him. "We'll go down and have a look," he said. "I'll have to trouble young Master Yun to take care of things up there." He was naturally referring to the people of the Chamber of Commerce. With Yun Xiao here as a deterrent, he expected that Junlin would not dare to do anything to them. After saying that, the three of them flew down into the black hole one after another. The rest of the martial artists looked at the Southern Fire golden crystal mines that were exposed on the mountain. Their eyes were all shining. It would be best if they had the Southern Fire golden crystal source, but it didn't matter if they didn't. The things in front of them were enough for them to exchange for the vitality stones they could squander in their next lives. They excitedly ran all over the mountain and began to dig. When martial artists mined, it was different from when ordinary mortals mined. They used all kinds of skills to smash the ground and pull large chunks of Southern Fire golden crystal or into their rings. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, was very calm. He had been standing on the top of the mountain and watching everyone's actions, as if he was indifferent. Han Xian followed his lead and naturally didn't move. "Brat, you're quite calm. Could it be that you're also waiting for that Southern Fire golden crystal essence?" asked Ding Lin in surprise. "Not even the president has moved," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Why should I? In short, I believe in the president's wisdom, so he definitely won't be at a disadvantage. If I follow the president, I naturally won't be at a disadvantage." Qiu Lin's eyelids twitched, and he snorted heavily, then ignored him. He found that Yun Xiao's calmness was a little terrifying, and his observation skills often made him see blood. He vaguely felt that Yun Xiao was a big trouble, but he could not get rid of it. Suddenly, three figures flew out of the black hole. They were Tan Dijuan and the other two, all with heavy faces. "What?" Yun Xiao asked curiously. "You found out so quickly?" "It's a maze down there," Tan Dijuan said. With that, his eyes fell on Yun Xiao, staring at him with a profound look. "Ha! It's a maze," Kuai Lin laughed, but his expression gradually turned cold. "In order to explore this labyrinth, we've lost a lot of people. And there are still people inside who haven't come out yet." Looking into Tan Dijuan's eyes, Yun Xiao suddenly had an idea. He immediately understood. The map that was carved on the platinum paper of the Northern Scorpion sect should be the map of the maze in the cave. In that case, this place was actually left behind by the North Scorpion sect thousands of years ago. In that case, it's enough to prove the horror of this maze, Yun Xiao said. "Let's end the treasure hunt here. I won't play with you anymore." He turned around to leave. Tan Dijuan's face darkened. He moved to stop Yun Xiao, glared at him and snorted. "Since you're here, let's play together. I suggest that we go our separate ways and that young Master Yun and guild leader Luan Xian join our Big Dipper sect." He made a hand gesture, and the disciples of the Big Dipper sect immediately understood. Ping Yingyi and Shangguan Yuan surrounded Han Xian from the front and back, while Zhendao also spread out his domain and controlled Han Xian. Tan Dijuan knew that Yun Xiao could not be kept, so he did not bother to waste his energy on him. He said with a leisurely smile, "Young Master Yun, let's work together." Yun Xiao's eyes darkened. He had the treasure map, so Tan Dijuan would definitely not let him go. Moreover, from his tone, he also intended to leave the other sects and act alone. "Sect Master Tan," Sun Jiming said, "I'm very curious. How did young Master Yun become so popular after you went to the labyrinth at the bottom of the cave? Could it be that there's some secret behind this?" The people from the other sects, as well as Gao Lin and the others, were all staring at Earth Lord Tan with suspicion. Tan Dijuan cursed the old fox in his heart. The Sky Scorpion sect was also a branch of the North Scorpion sect, so he must have guessed something. He laughed and said, "What secret can there be? If you don't believe me, you can ask young Master Yun yourself. It's just that young Master Yun is intelligent, so he should be of great help in solving the maze." Xiao Minghui said, "I see. Then we should all work together. That way we'll be of greater help. The people of the New Moon sect will follow Sect Master Tan. We'll work together and hope that Sect Master Tan won't mind." Haha! My Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce found this place. Even if we don't have any credit, we have worked hard. I hope Sect Master Tan can bring it along. Lin also walked up with a smile and said, "Even if we don't, we'll still follow Sect Master Tan." Tan Dijuan's unusual action attracted everyone's attention, and they all focused their attention on him and Yunxiao. Tan Dijuan now regretted giving Yunxiao the treasure map. He had thought that Yunxiao was just a martial grandmaster, someone he could control at any time, but now he found that it was completely beyond his expectation, and the treasure maze really existed. He was in a difficult position now, so he could only say awkwardly, "If that's the case, then everyone can go in together." However, whether young Master Yun is willing to go or not will depend on his wishes. Although Li Yunxiao is quite strong, Chu Lin said, "It seems that his confidence cultivation base is very limited. If you don't cooperate with us, don't you know how to make an example out of someone else's female friend?" "How is that possible?" Tan Dijuan snorted. "Young Master Yun is a friend of my Big Dipper sect. I'm just having my men protect guild leader Hanxian." "Haha! That's right, protection. My Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will also protect you." Gao Lin sneered in disdain. Everyone turned to look at Hanxian. Although they did not know why Tan Dijuan had taken her hostage to threaten Yunxiao, there must be some reason. Otherwise, with the strength Yunxiao had shown, Tan Dijuan would never have offended him for no reason. Hanxian was both angry and angry, thinking that she had become young Master Yun's burden, and the more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. "Young Master Yun, you can do as you wish, but don't worry about me. Don't forget that you still have a heavy responsibility on you. Don't be threatened by this group of villains." But his words were so weak. Yunxiao smiled and said to the crowd, "Since Sect Master Tan and everyone is so good to me, then I can't let everyone down. The treasure map of this cave maze is on me." "Ah!" Everyone was shocked, and Tan Dijuan's face fell. He did not expect Yunxiao to say it out loud, but it was too late. Judging from the horrified looks on Lin and the others' faces, they were in big trouble. Not only these sects and merchant forces, but many warriors in the distance were also alarmed and gathered from all directions, watching coldly. An unexpected fortune, anyone who saw it would have a share. Although they were weak, no one was willing to give up the opportunity to take a bite. After all, to be able to persevere all the way here, in addition to great greed and ambition, they also possessed great strength and scheming. Sun Jiming was shocked and asked, "You're saying that you have the treasure map? The hidden treasures of the North Scorpion sect? It's actually in this hole." Gao Lin's expression changed drastically. Other than shock, he was also filled with regret and annoyance. He had thought that it was just a mine, but he didn't expect that it would involve the treasure of the North Scorpion sect. His back was covered in cold sweat. For such an important matter, if the treasure was stolen and the headquarters found out, he would be in big trouble. Even if he obtained some amazing resources, it would not be enough to offset his sin of foolishness for leaking the news. If that's the case, this cave has existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, Xiao Minghui said. It's rumored that the treasures of the Northern Scorpion sect have been emptied out, but there should be a mistake. At least, there's a source of Southern Fire golden crystal essence here. If it had been emptied out at that time, it's impossible for such an item to be left behind. Han Xian couldn't help but say, "Perhaps these Southern Fire golden crystal essences only formed in the last few thousand years. There's something you don't know." Guild leader Han Xian, Mei Donger said with a smile. "The Southern Fire golden crystal essence can't be formed without tens of thousands of years." Hearing Xiao Minghui's words, everyone's heart immediately became fanatical. If the treasures of the North Scorpion sect were still there, what a shocking situation it would be. Only Ying Lin and Tan Dizong's faces were dark and unsightly. Gao Lin had made the news public, so he didn't expect it to be such a shocking thing. If he reported it to the headquarters, it would definitely be valued and sent down powerful experts. However, it was also an eventful period for the merchant union. All the experts had been sent to various places to suppress the situation, and it was already too late. Tan Dijuan did not expect Yun Xiao to be so generous as to tell him about the treasure map. Now, it was impossible for the Big Dipper sect to monopolize the map. After the shock, Xiao Minghui looked at Tan Dijuan and Ying Lin, and he felt very comfortable. Since the treasures left behind by the previous sect, naturally everyone who has seen them will have a share. Bullshit. Tan Dijuan snorted coldly. This is something left behind by my Big Dipper sect's ancestor. You want a share? If Sect Master Sun were to take 10 to 20%, I would still be able to accept it. Sect Master Xiao, the items of my sect's predecessor have nothing to do with you. As for the commoners in the forest, you'll never be able to get close to them. The matter of the treasure was too big, and he began to exclude even the local forces. Xiao Minghui's face darkened, and he said, Sect Master Tan's words are really hurtful. What is the item of the predecessor? You have nothing to do with the North Scorpion sect, right? If there is, it's because you've already taken enough resources from the Northern Scorpion sect. Don't tell me we're going to take the last bit of treasure they've buried. Yes, correct. Why can't we? Yelled Gao Lin. Your two sects seized the Northern Scorpion sect's property by force. Tan Dijuan was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Minghui to be so smart. He didn't know how to explain the situation. Yun Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, confusing everyone as they stared at him. Why? Xiao Minghui asked. It seems that young Master Yun thinks my words are wrong. I don't know what's so funny, but please explain. Show your ass. You're all bullies. Yun Xiao cursed. Why are you pretending to be reasonable here? Even if my name is written on the treasure, will you let it go? The final distribution and ownership were decided by fists. Who would listen to all this nonsense? You guys have a lot of time, don't you? Everyone was silent. This was indeed the case, but no matter what, he had to have a good reason to do so and make himself look good. After all, everyone here was a respected figure. He couldn't just say that he was strong, so he wanted it. How could he be so straightforward that he even took off his mask? Haha. Well said. Let's not try to reason with each other. Gao Lin laughed. Whoever has the strength will get a share of the treasure. I agree with this. Tan Dijuan said, Humph, that's true. But we have to see who's stronger. My senior brother is a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. The Big Dipper sect will take 90% of the treasure. Since they had already made things clear, they were indeed too lazy to reason with him. They immediately got into formation and began to talk about how to divide the loot. What a joke! If Sect Master Zhang was here, I would have nothing to say. However, at this moment it's naturally the strength of a witness. No. Ying Lin immediately denied. If the strength of the rear is counted, then the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce has at least 10 martial emperors. Doesn't that mean that we'll take 99% of the profits? That's right, President Qian has a point. Not only did the influential members of the Chamber of Commerce express their support, but even Sun Jiming and the others also agreed. They were now in favor of whoever's decision was beneficial to them. Tan Dijuan's eyes were full of killing intent. He said slowly, This is going to be troublesome. Many people will probably die. Tan Dijuan's words were filled with coldness, which made many people feel cold. Some warriors even backed away with ashen faces. Tan Dijuan, don't scare people here, said Ying Lin coldly. Since everyone had come here, they had all planned to exchange their lives for money. I don't know how many people have died on the way here. If there were any who were afraid of death, they would have retreated long ago. His words immediately gave many people the courage to gather around. Great! Tan Dijuan laughed. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll give you a share. Let's see if you can live to the end. Yun Xiao. He reached out to Yun Xiao and said, Give me the map. Yunxiao frowned slightly as Jindiao's domain pressed down on her. Han Xian gave a muffled grunt, and her face was filled with pain as she suffered internal injuries. However, she only gritted her teeth and refused to make a sound. "Your girl is very considerate of you," Tan Dijuan said. "Li Yunxiao, I really don't want to fall out with you. We've known each other for a long time, and I admire you very much." Yunxiao took out the treasure map and threw it over. He smiled indifferently and said, "If you offend me, you'll probably be finished." "Haha, you're too arrogant." Tan Dijuan took the treasure map, and his eyes were alert. He looked at it carefully and confirmed that there was no problem with it. Then, he put it away with relief and said, "Young Master Yun, we're still friends. You kidnapped my friend, and now you say we're friends?" Yunxiao said, "Are you kidding me?" Tan Dijuan forced a smile and said, "I had no choice. I hope you don't take it to heart. If there really is a treasure down there, young Master Yun will definitely have a share of it." Yunxiao still had the Thunder Transformation divine skill, and Tan Dijuan did not want to completely ruin their relationship. At the very least, he could stabilize Yunxiao's situation. "Let's see how big the prize is," Yunxiao snorted. "Let's see." The others were all envious when they saw the treasure map, but Lin urged, "Since the map of the maze has already appeared, finding the treasure source is definitely not a problem. Sect Master Tan, since the map is in your hands, please lead the way." Tan Dijuan retreated behind the people of the Big Dipper sect and began to look at the map, lost in thought. "Tan Dijuan," yelled Lin, "since we're working together to find the treasure, we should share the map and study it together." "That's right. President Qian's words make sense." Sun Jiming immediately agreed. Now that they were closely united with the New Moon sect, and the Big Dipper sect was becoming more and more powerful, they faintly felt that something was wrong. Tan Dijuan didn't even bother to pay attention to the two. After he finished reading the map, he imprinted the information on it into his mind. After that, under everyone's shock, he directly used his elemental energy to crumple the titanium paper into a ball and kept it in his ring. "No need, I've already seen it. Since everyone said that we're going to work together, you should naturally trust this lord. If you don't trust me, then you don't have to follow me." "This, you fuck." Gao Lin was instantly dumbfounded. However, the treasure map had already been crumpled into a ball and no longer existed. It was too late to say anything. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui's faces were also gloomy. They looked at each other and showed extreme dissatisfaction. "Let's go. Don't waste time. If you want to work together, then come at me together." Tan Dijuan showed a malicious smile and led the way, flying into the black hole. The people of the Big Dipper sect also let go of Han Xian and entered one after another. Mei Donger gave Yunxiao a look and said, "Young Master Yun, you must be careful. Money is just a worldly possession. It's better not to take this risk." "I'll be careful," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You should be careful too." Mei Donger nodded her head heavily and followed Jindiao and the others into the black pit. "Everyone, what should we do? Are you going or not?" Xiao Minghui said seriously. "The three of us went to check it out earlier. The complexity of the tunnel was amazing. There were a lot of bones and all kinds of traps in the tunnel. Without a map, it's difficult to find the end." Sun Jiming said, "Of course we have to go. Otherwise, no one would be willing to let the Big Dipper sect obtain such a huge treasure." Now that Zhang Linghua had broken through to the rank of a martial supreme, the Big Dipper sect would truly be above everyone else if they were to obtain this treasure. Not only will the Chamber of Commerce be pushed out, but the local forces will also suffer. Xiao Minghui also had this concern and said, "But Tan Dijuan is the only one who has seen the map, and he has memorized the real roads and all kinds of traps. If they play tricks, we'll all be in danger." Sun Jiming replied, "You're wrong. There's another person who has seen the map. He knows the correct path." The crowd was taken aback, and then all their eyes fell on Yunxiao. "Not bad. Young Master Yun, you should know the way." "That's good." Xiao Minghui was delighted. With Tan Dijuan leading the way, and young Master Yun behind, we won't be wrong. "That's a good idea," Yunxiao said. "Although I have the map with me all the time, I'm a lazy person, and I usually don't look at it carefully. How could he remember the marks and roads on it? Moreover, as you all said, this maze is too dangerous. I think it's best that President Xianxia and I take our leave first and won't participate in this matter. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Sun Jiming's heart. He knew that Xiao was going to take advantage of him again. So he said helplessly, "Cut the crap. Young Master Yun, just state your conditions." Hee. It's so much easier to talk to smart people. I don't know if the treasure really exists, Xiao said with a smile. Even if it does, I can't compete with you, big shots. It's very dangerous to ask me to help you verify your Dao path. I won't do it without 50 billion primeval stones. Sun Jiming was furious and said coldly, 5 billion. No bargaining. Otherwise, I'll have to ask guild leader Luan Xian to lead the way. Han Xian trembled in anger, but she couldn't do anything. At the thought of being a burden to Xiao all the way, he felt very sad. But he was also very touched. Like Ding Ling she was a hero among women and a famous strong woman in the merchant union. However, no matter how strong she was still a woman. When no one was around, she still had her fragile side and longed for someone to protect her. Xiao's face turned cold, and the temperature around him dropped with his mood. The experts felt a chill and were shocked. Xiao reached out his hand and pointed at Sun Jiming as he said coldly, "There are a few things that I hate the most. One of them is to use my friends to threaten me. There have been people who did this in the past, but I later killed their entire family." Magnet! Everyone felt a great chill in their hearts. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, it was not uncommon to kill an entire family, which happened every day. However, when this kind of thing came out of the mouth of a young man, it gave people an indescribable fear. And from the look in his eyes that looked down on the common people, the signal that he was saying was true. Sun Jiming swallowed his saliva with great difficulty and exhaled a cold breath. He said awkwardly, "Young Master Yun, you're taking this too seriously. I was just joking. But 50 billion is too much. How about 8 billion? What do you think?" He had subconsciously lowered his attitude, and he didn't dare to haggle as he had said. "Say the wrong thing," Xiao said coldly. "Your entire family will die. This kind of thing, everyone better remember clearly. I will never forgive you again." Everyone was shivering, especially Gao Lin and the other martial supremes. Besides the cold air that attacked their bodies, they were also extremely shocked. After they reached the rank of a martial supreme in the 8 desolate realm, they were able to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. They could even use the power of the rules to form their own territory. Within the territory, they were the only one who could rule. This was the origin of the term martial supreme. However, such a powerful martial Dao intent had actually caused his entire body to shiver from the other party's few words. This Kasaya, all the martial venerables present were drenched in cold sweat. This situation terrified them even more than the pressure in Xiao's tone. They suddenly had a vague feeling that at this moment, their biggest opponent was not Tan Dijuan, but Xiao, who was extorting them. Sun Jiming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that the other party had let him off the hook just now. He said in a sullen tone, "Don't worry, people of my generation are all brave and dauntless men. How could he be like Tan Dijuan, shamelessly using a woman to threaten young Master Yun? Such a shameless behavior brings shame to our generation." After he finished speaking, he felt the strange gazes of the people around him, and his face turned red in embarrassment. "Yes," Xiao said. "Everyone in Southfire City knows Sect Master Sun's character, and I trust him. But I'm someone who cherishes my life when it's a life and death risk. 8 billion primeval stones might not be a small amount, but I still need to be alive to spend it. How about this? On account of the good weather today, I'll give you 10 billion. I really can't give you any less. And you have to pay in cash. 10 billion medial grade primordial stones?" Sun Jiming smiled bitterly. Who would have so much cash on them? "I don't care," Xiao said. "Southfire City is your territory. When the treasure is dug out, who can I ask for money from when I return? It's fine to use some heavenly treasures as a substitute." Sun Jiming and the others were speechless. They walked to the side and started discussing secretly. What? Gao Lin said angrily. That kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think he's a child playing house? He's taking 10 billion primordial stones just like that. Even if I want to use such a large sum, I'll have to gather all the elders of the Chamber of Commerce and discuss it before making a decision. Sun Jiming snorted. What's the point of complaining? If you have the ability, go and tell him, don't forget how Feng Tianhe died. Feng Tianhe's life was not just 10 billion primeval stones. Do you think that our lives are not worth Feng Tianhe's? You've been in this maze before, and you know it better than us. If Tan Dijuan did something to it, how confident are you that you can get the treasure and even escape? Gao Lin was silent. He said hatefully, all right, I'll let that kid be proud for a while, but I'll get back at him sooner or later. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will pay 1 billion for the 10 billion. President Qian, you're joking, right? Xiao Minghui sneered. If the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce only offered 1 billion, who would offer the remaining 9 billion? You still have many Chamber of Commerce alliances behind you, so you should at least bear 8 billion. We'll think of a way to get the remaining 2 billion. That's right, that's how it should be. Sun Jiming also nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Almost all the merchant unions guilds in South Fire City are here. 8 billion is a piece of cake. Qianlin, Xianxia. He lost his temper and sighed. You too. I think you really don't have any sincerity. You're still thinking of scheming against me at this time. The current situation is no longer a battle between you and the merchant union. We should all work together to deal with the Big Dipper sect. If the Big Dipper sect becomes big, I'm afraid the first step will be to swallow all of you. Although our Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will be weakened, we're still one of the 7 leaders of the merchant union. Does the Big Dipper sect really dare to start a war with us? I've discussed this with the merchant union, and will bear 5 billion for this 10 billion. If you still refuse, then this matter is over and I'll go back home. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui's eyes darkened. What Gao Lin said was right, and he hit their soft spot. After looking at each other, Sun Jiming said in a deep voice, all right, then we'll each take on half of it. We'll each offer 5 billion. Xiao Minghui glanced at the lone cultivators at the outermost perimeter and frowned. What about these people? Don't tell me we can't make them pay a drop of blood and get the benefits for free. These paupers, sneered Gao Lin. Do you think you can extort a single primeval stone from them? He turned around and went to discuss with the other associations of the merchant union. Xiao Minghui shook his head helplessly. It was indeed impossible for those itinerant martial artists to pay primordial stones. He immediately started discussing with Sun Jiming. The two of them started to wrangle endlessly again, hoping that the other party would have more. The overall efficiency was quite high. Everyone was afraid that the people of the Big Dipper sect would seize the first opportunity and grab the primordial stones, so they did not care about the small amount. Soon, they had gathered 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones and handed them to Yunxiao. Oh? Yunxiao was surprised. You really have so many yuan stones with you? TSK. It seems that I'm still too kind. The merchant union and the local tyrants are indeed rich. Don't be so polite next time. Li Yunxiao, Qiu Lin said angrily. Don't go too far. They may be afraid of you, but my Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce isn't. Yes, I understand. Let's go. Yunxiao smiled. Hanxian, come with us, he said to Jinxian. I'll be worried if you stay outside. Hanchuan's heart was warm, but she still felt uncomfortable. I'm sorry, young Master Yun. I've been a burden to you all this time. Yunxiao laughed. It's all thanks to you and me that we've earned so many origin stones. TSK. 10 billion. I hope you can drag me down a few more times. The rest of the people followed behind, their faces dark and their eyes gloomy. Under Yunxiao's lead, all of them went deep into the black hole. It was pitch black inside, but it did not affect their vision. Moreover, the hole was very wide, not as narrow as they had imagined. The entire passage was built with huge stones. Stepping on it, one could see that it was made of the 4th-tier material diamond jade, which was exactly the same as the materials used for the arena in the Big Dipper sect competition. Moreover, the passage was more than 2 meters high, and some of the burly men didn't feel crowded. It seems that it really is the treasure of the North Scorpion sect, Xianxia said. This labyrinth is so magnificent. It must have cost a lot of resources to build it. He touched the surrounding walls with his hand and said, "These were all cut by sword chi. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so smooth. It seems that the Big Dipper sect had to use a large number of martial artists to build this passage." Sun Jiming said, "That's right. From the looks of it, the cost of building it will not be lower than that of the 10 arenas. Look at these bones. Judging from the time, it does seem to be the time when the North Scorpion sect took out the treasure. I wonder if there are any left." Everyone looked at the broken bones in the passage that led to the depths of the darkness. They felt a sense of desolation in their hearts, not knowing if they would be the next one. After stepping onto the path of martial arts, he had long been aware that he could fall at any time. The atmosphere in the passage gradually became somewhat oppressive. Hundreds of people walked through it, but there was no other sound other than the sound of silent walking. "Something's wrong," Xianxia suddenly shouted and stopped. The people around him were all startled by the sudden voice. Lin frowned and said, "What's wrong?" he asked. "No," Xianxia said seriously. "I'm definitely not in the wrong place. I remember the route on the map very clearly, but the passage is wrong." "What do you mean the passage is wrong?" "It doesn't matter if you remember wrongly. You can just walk through it again," Sun Jiming said. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I've been feeling strange along the way. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Can you see how many people are still here?" Everyone was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Gao Lin and the other two looked back and were immediately shocked. They exclaimed in horror, "How could this be? Where is he?" The group behind him was actually shortened by more than half. By visual inspection, there were only about 50 people. "Magnet!" Xiao Minghui gasped and said in shock, "How did this happen?" This time, everyone was shocked, especially those at the back. They were originally standing at the front of the line, but now they had become the back. They didn't even notice how the people around them were. Han Xian also felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly grabbed Yunxiao's arm, and only then did she feel a little warmth and security. Lin was also a little scared, and he said in shock, "What's going on?" "Didn't I already tell you?" Xianxia said. "The passage is wrong." "Qianqian, please explain clearly," said Qianlin. 10 billion primordial stones," Xianxia said. "I'm only responsible for leading the way. I'm not responsible for spreading knowledge." Everyone, hee. Sun Jiming suppressed the urge to slap him to death and said, "Young Master Yun, aren't you being too unkind? Everyone's private property has already been exploited by you. Even the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce is not as black as you. Old bastard Chu, do you want to die?" yelled Gao Lin angrily. "All right," Xianxia said. "I'll lose all the way. I hope that when we find the treasure later, you can give me more on account of my hard work." Sun Jiming's face was full of black lines. "Hurry up and tell me. I'll definitely give you more. There's a very interesting martial technique in your eastern region called acupoint shifting," Xianxia said. "Have you heard of it?" Sun Jiming nodded and said, "Of course. This isn't a profound martial technique. I'm sure everyone here knows it. It's just the circulation of essence force to change the movement of the meridians and acupuncture points in the body. But what does this have to do with the passageway?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It'll be easier to explain if you know such a martial technique. This channel is equivalent to the hundreds of extraordinary meridians in the human body. Those people just now were moved away by the shifting of acupoints." "What?" Everyone was shocked, their faces blank, unable to understand what this meant. "How can the passageway shift positions?" asked Chu Lin with a frown. "Because this passage is alive," Xianxia said. "It's a living passage." "A living passage?" Everyone was shocked. Sun Jiming laughed coldly and said, "Young Master Yun, I know you like to be weird, but this joke is not funny at all. It's not funny because it's not a joke." Xiao said seriously. This passage is alive. His words were firm and decisive, causing everyone to shiver. Hanchuan's grip on his arm tightened. This passage is actually an array, Xiao continued. The Southern Fire Crystal Gold Mine in the entire mountain range is the source of energy, and it has been maintaining its operation for thousands of years. That map should be incomplete. If we cut off the surrounding mineral veins, we can use the map to continue forward, but the formation is constantly operating, so a dead map is completely useless. Sun Jiming asked, "Then what should we do? Should we go out now to cut off the mine vein?" "I've already performed the displacement and acupoint switching technique," Xiao said with a smile. "Can you still walk out of here?" Xiao Minghui said, "Then what should we do?" Young Master Yun didn't look nervous at all, so he must have a way. "However, are those who were shifted away in any danger?" "I'm not nervous because I have 10 billion primordial stones with me," Xiao said. "It's enough for me to use here for more than 10 years. Zhenjin, young Master Yun, stop joking," Xiao Minghui said. Now, everyone had the urge to strangle Xiao to death, but they could not. Xiao chuckled and said, "Follow me, everyone. Keep up with me. Don't get shifted again. If you are teleported to another passage, I really can't do anything." He explained, "These passages are all connected to the center of the array source. They absorb the energy from the Southern Fire Crystal Gold Mine. All the energy comes from the array source. As long as I can sense the energy fluctuations and combine it with the map in my mind, it won't be difficult to find the central array source." "Energy fluctuations? You can sense such a weak energy fluctuation?" asked Ding Lin in shock. "I can't sense it in the air, of course," Xiao said. "But the fluctuation of the artifact rhythm of these Vajrajades is disturbed by the energy of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal, and some changes will occur. Follow these changes and walk to the center of the array source." "Young Master Yun," Xiao Minghui was secretly surprised and praised. "You are indeed a 7th-tier great alchemist." Only then did the crowd remember that this man had an even more terrifying identity, a 7th-tier great alchemist. Looking at the young man in front of them, thinking of his appalling combat strength, and his identity as a 7th-tier alchemist, all of them felt extremely depressed and desperate. With such a huge difference, it was simply impossible to live. Slowly, Xiao sensed the fluctuations of fire element coming from the wall and began to slow down. At this time, in order to not be left behind and teleported away, the martial artists behind all took out their weapons and held tightly to each other. Finally, more than 50 people were not left behind and slowly moved forward. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the passage suddenly opened up, and an extremely strong heat wave hit them in the face. The whole world became red, and the liquid Southern Fire Crystal Gold was flowing in front of them. "This is a Xianxia." Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The bright red liquid Southern Fire Crystal Gold flowed in front of them, forming a circle like a moat. And the center of the liquid ore was a red chaos, revealing a strong energy that was even stronger than those liquid ore. What's inside? Such a powerful and boundless energy. Could it be the Southern Fire Crystal Gold source? Gao Lin was extremely shocked. The fire element that filled the entire world, as well as the spirit chi that had almost turned into liquid, was blowing in his face. If a fire-type martial artist cultivated here, the effect would be heaven-defying. Among the 50 or so cultivators, many showed looks of joy and began greedily absorbing the energy. Even if they didn't get anything, being able to cultivate here for a year or so was equivalent to several years of cultivation in the outside world. There were also water element warriors who furrowed their brows, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Xiao walked out of the passage. Around the liquid ring river, there were several other exits. Obviously, there was more than one passage leading to the center of the maze. His divine sense directly crossed the liquid ring river and radiated towards the central area. But it was suddenly blocked by an invisible force, intercepted, unable to advance in the slightest. "There's a divine sense barrier indeed," Xiao muttered to himself as he crossed his arms and stared at the foggy central area, deep in thought. Sun Jiming said, What are you afraid of? We'll know the situation if we go over and take a look. We've already come this far, so we can't just stop here, can we? You're right, Sect Master Sun, Xianxia said with a smile. But I've already completed my task of leading the way. Can't be that I have to be the forward, right? Friendship is friendship, but you have to pay more. Sun Jiming's face twitched. He smiled insincerely and said, That's true. Young Master Yun, you've worked hard. We'll take care of the rest. President Qian, you've been searching for so long. Someone should have gone up, right? Humph. Chu Lin snorted coldly and said, If we could come here, would we need Yun Xiao to lead the way? There's an 80 to 90% chance that the treasure is within the central primordial chaos. Sun Jiming laughed coldly and pointed at some marks on the ground. Guys, look at the mark. Apparently, someone has come here recently and is heading to the central area. Besides your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, who else could it be? Or the people from the Big Dipper sect? I think that group of people is still in the maze and can't find the exit. Gao Lin's heart trembled as he suddenly looked in the direction that Gao Jiming was pointing at. There were indeed shallow footprints on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the fire element here was too dense, it would be impossible to leave any footprints. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in horror. Arg! Could it be that man? He's still alive. Everyone was also very curious and looked at the ground. All of them were focused on the grand scene around them and had forgotten about these details. After all, Sun Jiming was not an ordinary person. He observed more carefully than everyone else. Hearing Gao Lin's shocked shout, everyone's eyes fell on him. Sun Jiming's face darkened, and he said solemnly, It's indeed related to your Chamber of Commerce. What was going on? This matter is of great importance, directly related to whether the treasure is still there. I ask that President Qian not hide it. Yinglin's face was filled with uncertainty, and hesitation and struggle flickered in his eyes. In the end, he said in a deep voice, He's just a trader of the Chamber of Commerce who escaped into it. I didn't expect him to find the central area and cross the Ring River. Everyone could tell that there was a problem, but since the other party was not willing to say it, they could not force him. It would be fine as long as it did not affect the treasure. Sun Jiming said, Since someone went over first, it proves that there's no problem. Let's go up and see what's going on. He leaped into the air and flew toward the red chaotic land in the center. As soon as he stepped onto the Ring River, a red liquid rose up from below. It danced in the air like a huge earthworm and wrapped around Sun Jiming's body. What? Everyone was shocked, including Sun Jiming. However, he was bold and naturally wasn't afraid of the liquid attack. He conjured an art with one hand and a layer of defense immediately appeared around him. Then, he put his 5 fingers together and slapped down with a loud shout. Walala! The liquid from the Southern Fire Crystal Gold Mine dispersed after being shaken by the palm force. However, it did not fall down. Instead, it turned into countless liquid balls that floated in the air. After that, they suddenly moved and shot towards Chu Jiming. Whoosh! Lava whizzed across the sky like fireballs, and the astonishing temperature and spiritual energy felt extremely dangerous even from a distance. Sun Jiming's expression changed as well. He didn't expect the liquid to be so difficult to deal with. He let out a soft cry and dispersed his domain in an attempt to stop the liquid. However, in just a few breaths, the liquid ignored the power of the domain and continued to charge forward. It was already very close and there was no way to avoid it. Vast and brilliant light, spirit illumination art. Sun Jiming's hands quickly formed a seal, and streams of golden light shot out from the seal, forming a protective divine light around his body. Then, tens of thousands of rays of light shot out, destroying all the fireballs in the surroundings. Lava exploded and fell from the sky. After Sun Jiming escaped danger with one move, he didn't fly towards the center. Instead, he changed his body movements a few times in the air and actually flew back. When he landed, he had a grave expression. Xianxia laughed. Sect Master Sun's cultivation base is unparalleled. This trap is nothing to him. Why are you back? Sun Jiming didn't care about his sarcasm. Instead, he said in a serious tone, "President Qian, what is the cultivation of the trader of your Chamber of Commerce? An ordinary revered martial artist? What's wrong?" asked Lin with a frown. If he was really an ordinary revered martial artist, he would have fallen into the lava river and died. Sun Jiming said. "Is the lava that powerful?" asked Lin in surprise. Everyone was in disbelief. Sun Jiming snorted coldly and said, "If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Naturally, no one dared to try. Their faces were all solemn. The treasure was right in front of them, but they could see it but not grab it. All of them were itching to try, and they were quite unwilling. "President Sun, you have the highest cultivation level here. Why don't you try and find a way to open a path for everyone?" Sun Jiming asked. "I'd like to see if it's as terrifying as sect leader Sun said." Lin snorted coldly. With a wave of his golden robe, he turned into a shadow and headed to the center of the red chaos. Bang! 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 There were 3 consecutive sounds in the lava, and 3 huge pillars of lava burst out, flying and spiraling. "Domain?" Gao Lin was shocked. "Domain is useless?" Just like Sun Jiming, after a short moment of daze, he struck out several times to break the lava pillars. The defense around his body opened up and he stepped on the lava balls that were shooting over to cross to the other side. Roar! Just as Lin was about to reach the other side, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly came from the red chaos in the center. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious beast, and an extremely powerful sound wave attack immediately came out of the red chaos and blasted on Lin's body, directly breaking his defense. Gao Lin was a 9-stars martial supreme, but he was injured by the roar. He hurriedly retreated in shock. At this moment, the lava began to boil rapidly, and the water level was actually rising. It once again condensed into several streams of lava that swept towards Gao Lin, as if it was determined to keep him here. This turn of events shocked everyone, and Sun Jiming even felt a little scared. He had experienced the power of the liquid, so he naturally knew that Gao Lin was in danger. "Not good, save him!" Yunxiao shouted and rushed out without saying a word. Everyone was stunned. They did not understand why their enemies would risk their lives to save each other. The situation has changed. This place is dangerous. Saving Gao Lin is the same as saving ourselves. If we can't work together, I'm afraid no one will be able to get out. Yunxiao cried out in the air as a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He seemed to have sensed an indescribable danger. His intuition told him that any martial honor was a force to be reckoned with. Yunxiao slashed out with his sword. The sword beam contained the power of laws, and it cut open a passage in the red liquid, where Gao Lin was trapped and struggling to hold on. "Hurry up and get out!" His sword chi swept across and instantly slashed out hundreds of sword rays, suppressing the liquid that filled the sky. There was a look of disbelief on Lin's face, and he thought that he had seen wrong or that Yunxiao had some scheme. "What do you want to do?" "Be your sister." Yunxiao cursed angrily. "Run. If you were not a 9-stars martial supreme, I would not have saved you." He suddenly felt an extremely powerful force rushing out from the red chaos in the center. A red figure came from the sky and a palm came down on the 2 of them. "Magnet! That's a Xianxia." The martial artists on the other side of the Ring River turned pale with fright. That red figure was too fast, and they could not see it clearly. Yunxiao, on the other hand, only felt a blur in front of his eyes. In his shock, he thrust his sword forward. If Gao Lin wasn't a 9-stars martial supreme, he wouldn't have helped him. From the roar, Yunxiao realized that things were not good. If they lost a 9-stars martial supreme, the situation might become extremely bad. Wu Lin also reacted in an instant. No matter what Yunxiao's purpose was, at least he was helping him for now. After being injured by the attack, he urgently needed to rest, so he immediately fled through the tunnel Yunxiao had opened. As for Yunxiao, he waved his sword, sending out a sword beam that turned into a sword beam and slashed at the red figure. The figure was fearless, and he used his physical fist to take on Yunxiao's Northern Heaven Cold Star sword. Bang! Yunxiao felt as if the sword had hit the Vajra, causing violent sparks to fly out and a huge rebound force to his arm, almost making the sword drop from his hand. After knocking away Yunxiao's sword with a punch, the red figure changed several positions in the air and suddenly appeared in front of Yunxiao with a set of wonderful footwork. Then he formed a seal with both hands and threw it out. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the red figure's steps and handprints and cried out in horror. 1,000-li illusory light steps, floating like a dream, flying with a seal. While Yunxiao was still in shock, a shocking seal had already condensed above the Ring River. The floating will of life on the seal shone dazzlingly in all directions like a flying swan stepping on the snow, and then it came crashing down. Yunxiao could no longer care about the unrecognizable red figure behind the seal. The seal alone had enveloped all the warriors present, and even those dozens of meters away felt an irresistible chill from the bottom of their hearts. An aura of death gushed out from the depths of his heart, just like when he had faced the martial emperor's punch back in Yanwu. The space is also locked? Yunxiao's hands kept moving, and 3 golden ancient scriptures emerged and blasted in all directions. Ming King Seal, break the seal. Rumbling sounds came from all around Yunxiao. He knew that he could not resist the floating life seal no matter what. He knew very well the power of the seal. When he created it, he had taken the rules of space into consideration and blocked all his escape routes. However, at this moment, with the support of his powerful soul power, he unleashed the power of the Ming King Seal to forcefully open up the space. Then, a monstrous mental energy surged out of the immemorial heaven's eye, instantly bending the surroundings and teleporting out. Form shift. The martial artists, who were still gaping in horror and waiting to see how Yunxiao would face the shocking blow, suddenly found that Yunxiao had disappeared, and the floating life seal was coming straight at them. Magnet! The crowd finally understood why Yunxiao had said that saving Gao Lin was saving themselves. They were ants, not even qualified to block such a shocking blow. Only martial venerables could resist it if they joined forces. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui turned pale with fright. Everyone realized the situation at the first moment and joined forces to attack without holding back. Yinglin had suffered a loss from the attack, so he naturally knew how terrifying the red figure was. He seemed to have guessed something, so he threw out a piece of metal that was of the same color. It was like a brick, and it grew bigger and bigger in his hands. In the end, it turned into a giant piece of metal that was more than 10 meters long, and he pushed it horizontally in front of everyone toward the seal. Sun Jiming pointed out with his finger, and thousands of finger radiance shot out from his body. The entire space was illuminated by the radiance. The radiance chased after Gao Lin's brick and shot toward the seal. A jade token appeared in Xiao Minghui's palm. It emitted a vast green light, which condensed into a sword chi in the air and suddenly slashed out. With the joint attack of the 3 experts, the rest of the people also took action one after another. No one held back. If they couldn't work together at this moment, only death would await them. The floating life seal fell from the sky and shook Gao Lin's brick. A boiling heat wave rolled out, and the brick lost its spiritual energy under the blow, falling into the Ring River. Then, Sun Jiming's finger radiance and Xiao Minghui's sword chi collided with the power of the seal. Hundreds of different lights, from martial supremes to martial grandmasters, all attacked and blocked the red light of the seal. The entire space was filled with energy fluctuations. Retreat! After receiving the floating life seal, Sun Ji knew that the other party was powerful and could not be an enemy. He shouted and took the lead to retreat into the passage. Boom, boom, boom! The surrounding tunnels suddenly began to move at an extremely fast speed. Not only the tunnel they had come out from, but the dozen or so tunnels around the Ring River also began to move. As the last voice fell, the entire space fell completely silent. The expressions of Sun Jiming and the others changed drastically. They realized that all the passageways were blocked. Furthermore, there were sounds of cursing coming from the passageways beside them. They were the warriors who had gone missing in the passageways when they had come together. The people from the Big Dipper sect also reappeared in a passageway not far away. With the appearance of the crowd, all the noise gradually quieted down. They looked at the red figure in the sky with horror. His body was shrouded in fog, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Only the powerful Yuan power fluctuated along with the aura of the southern fire golden crystal, making people feel very depressed. Tan Dijuan and the others looked around. After a short moment of surprise, they also looked at the man in the center. Who is he? Lin held the brick in his hand, which had lost all its spiritual energy, and said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, please be careful. This person's cultivation base is unfathomable. He doesn't seem to be a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, but he's far above us." "What? He's almost a 9 heavens martial sovereign. You old bastard, are you kidding me?" Tan Dijuan said in a deep voice. "In just a short while, you've made an enemy who's almost at the martial supreme realm." The members of the Big Dipper sect felt the shock of the origin power, and their faces turned grave. As for the passageway behind them, it was completely sealed off after it pointed in this direction. "Where's young Master Yun?" Mei Dong-er asked anxiously. Tan Dijuan and the others were also taken aback. They did not see Yun Xiao after a quick glance. Mei Dong-er saw that although Han Chuan's eyes were filled with anxiety, there was no sadness or despair. Only then did she relax. Sometimes, women's observation skills were very meticulous. "He should still be hiding somewhere in this space," Chu Lin said. "The man in front of me seems to be the traitor of the Chamber of Commerce. He seems to have lost his mind." Tan Dijuan looked at the red figure in the sky in shock and said, "What a powerful aura of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Mine. Could this person have been poisoned by the mine? If the mine poison is so deep, how can he survive?" Sun Jiming asked in shock. The figure standing in the air was shrouded in red, and his appearance could not be seen clearly due to the mist. Suddenly, he moved slightly and threw a punch into the air, as fast as lightning. Everyone was frightened and took a few steps back, becoming extremely vigilant. Shwa shwa shwa. A series of shattering sounds came from the sky. The target of the attack was not them, but an unknown point in the void. The area around the point immediately distorted. Yun Xiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his faint figure flashed and then reappeared in the sky dozens of meters away. With a grave expression, he suddenly said, "Mo Xiaochuan, is that you?" As soon as this unfamiliar name came out of his mouth, everyone's face was filled with confusion. Only Gao Lin's body trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Then, his killing intent was revealed, and cold stars condensed in his eyes. The figure in the red mist trembled violently for a moment, then calmed down. A powerful aura was released bit by bit, and it flew in Yun Xiao's direction like silk being pulled out of a cocoon. There was an indescribable look in Yun Xiao's eyes, and a deep concern appeared on his face as he sighed and said, "I didn't think that you'd be poisoned so deeply that you've lost your mind. However, you haven't completely lost your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use the floating life seal. I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances," he said with a self-deprecating smile. "You must have suffered a lot over the years." Everyone was confused, especially the helplessness and concern in Yun Xiao's voice. Even Gao Lin was stunned. "Young Master Yun, is this man someone you know?" Tan Dijuan couldn't help but ask. "Yes, very well," Yun Xiao said. "You've been in South Fire City for so long. Do you know how to resolve this mind poison? Are you playing with us?" Tan Dijuan asked. This person had been poisoned so deeply that he must have been here for many years. "How old are you? Do you know each other when you were born? Could he be from your clan?" "You can say that," Yun Xiao said. "Everyone, help me restrain him later. But you must not hurt him, or don't blame me for killing him." He emphasized the word kill, and a cold air immediately spread out from his body. "We should thank the heavens as long as he doesn't hurt us," Tan Dijuan said bitterly. He was even more wary of Yun Xiao's identity and background, and he was almost certain that he was a disciple of some major force. Anyone he knew was almost a martial supreme. The expression on Lin's face was the strangest as he asked suspiciously, "Young Master Yun, do you really know this person?" Yun Xiao looked down, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Naturally. However, I just heard you say that this man is a traitor of your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. I'm very curious. Mr. Chairman Junlin, please give me an explanation. Otherwise, your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will be in big trouble. The Northern Heaven's cold star sword appeared in his hand, emitting rays of autumn water cold light that condensed around him. Lin was startled and took a step back warily. Maybe I mistook Luo for Luo. Voila! His words immediately made many people faint. The president of the Thunder and Wind Chamber of Commerce actually gave in to his words. It completely subverted the image of a martial honor in everyone's mind. A trace of shame flashed across Lin's face. He was injured and had no choice but to lower his head. In his heart, he began to speculate about Yunxiao's identity. He also knew that the man in front of him was Mo Huayuan's elder brother, Gu Feiyang's disciple, and the young master of the Mo family in Black Iron City Mo Xiaochuan. She had always thought that Mo Xiaochuan had died in this cave. To her surprise, he was still alive. He had only lost his consciousness because he had been poisoned too deeply and had become a demonic beast. He thought of how Yunxiao knew Mo Xiaochuan and what would happen if Mo Xiaochuan regained his consciousness. He was shocked and panicked for no reason. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Yunxiao's cold voice rang out again as he said, "President Chen, you're still able to break out in a cold sweat even under this searing heat wave. I'm impressed. I was injured just now," said Lin anxiously. "And that's why I'm sweating. Young Master Yun, don't let your thoughts run wild. Suppressing this person and then escaping from this place is the right path." All the warriors agreed. They didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place any longer. As for the treasure, it was good to have it, but they couldn't lose their lives. The sword in Yunxiao's hand glowed with a cold light as he waved it behind his back. His cold eyes moved from Lin to Mo Xiaochuan, and his expression turned gentle and solemn. Mo Xiaochuan suddenly moved. He lifted his leg and took a step forward. His movements seemed slow, as if he was walking with great difficulty. Then he took a second step toward Yunxiao. The red chaotic qi on his body began to be absorbed into his body as he walked, slowly revealing his handsome and cold face that was numb and cold. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath. Mo Xiaochuan's face was cold, and the heat waves from his body were constantly blowing at him, giving him a bone-chilling feeling. His eyes were red, just like the flowing liquid of the Southern Fire gold crystal mine. When the familiar face appeared in front of Yunxiao, his mind was thrown into chaos. Bits and pieces of memories emerged in his mind, and his emotions fluctuated violently like a tidal wave. He could not help but tremble slightly. In everyone's eyes, it was as if Yunxiao was trembling under the pressure of the other party's aura, and their hearts felt like they were being crushed by a huge rock. Yunxiao's strength was obvious to all, and if even he could not compete with him, what were they supposed to do? Tan Dijuan said seriously, "Lin, what's this man's strength? Even if it's poisonous, it wouldn't have such a terrifying power." Under everyone's questioning gaze, Gao Lin finally said, "This person was Master Mo Huan's elder brother. He used a secret technique to break through to the level of a Nine Heavens martial sovereign, but he left behind a huge internal problem. The Southern Fire golden crystal essence is one of the most precious treasures to suppress the injuries in his body. Under Grandmaster Mo Huayuan's request, we brought this person to this underground maze in the hope of finding the essence. At the very least, the power of the Southern Fire golden crystal mine vein here is surging, which is extremely beneficial to suppress his injuries. Who knew that the poison would actually enter his body and cause him to lose his mind?" Everyone was shocked. This person's background was so great that he was actually Mo Huayuan's elder brother. As an 8th-tier great alchemist, Mo Huayuan enjoyed a superior status in Nanhua City. In the hearts of most people, he was like a god, and they respected him greatly whenever they talked about him. Tan Dijuan's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're saying that this person is a martial sovereign of the Nine Heavens? Then what was the point of fighting? He can kill us all in one move. But judging from his attack just now, he doesn't seem to have the power of a martial supreme," said Lin. Could it be that his strength has weakened after being poisoned by the mine? Yunxiao immediately understood what was going on when he heard Yinglin's words. However, there seemed to be some key points that had been hidden. However, that was no longer important. The important thing was how to help Mo Xiaochuan recover. This disciple was the one who had the most tragic experience out of all his disciples. He was also the one he was most concerned about. He did not expect that things would remain the same today, but the person had changed. Yunxiao calmed his mind and said, "His power is still suppressing the mind poison, so his strength is being suppressed." In other words, he had not completely lost his spiritual sense. Otherwise, with such a deep poison, his strength should have increased by another level. "Everyone, let's work together and help me suppress him." The northern heaven-cold star, sword in his hand, followed his emotions, turning from the autumn water shining cold light into a firefly reflecting the snow. Water watered all things, but no one fought. At this moment, his mind was focused on saving people, and he wanted to save them at all costs. "Young Master Yun, are you confident?" Tan Dijuan asked. "No," Yunxiao said. "But if you don't help me, you'll be killed by him. All the labyrinth passages in the surroundings have been sealed off. Unless you have the ability to directly break through the Earth's crust, you can only wait for death." Tan Dijuan's expression changed. "All right," he said. "We'll help you as long as you can get him." He glanced at the chaotic land in the center, and his eyes flickered. Even if there are no treasures inside, at least the Southern Fire golden crystal essence is not lacking. "You can't even save your life," Gao Lin snorted coldly. "And you're still thinking of finding crystal sources?" "Shut up, you old man," Tan Dijuan shouted angrily. "If he didn't hide too much from us, he wouldn't be in this situation." Qi Lin was seething with anger from his scolding, but he was helpless. He could only pull a long face, full of resentment. "Young Master Yun, what should we do now?" Sun Jiming asked. "I'll follow your arrangements." Everyone's eyes fell on Yunxiao. He had vaguely become their leader, but no one felt uncomfortable. They all looked at him expectantly, hoping that he could bring them out of this situation. "I'll release my puppet later," Yunxiao said. "I'll work with you to suppress him, and then I'll cast a sealing spell to seal him for a short time." Tan Dijuan was shocked. What kind of seal can seal a martial supreme? Even if it's a temporary seal, it won't be of much use. "You don't have to worry about that," Yunxiao said. "After the seal, there's nothing for us to do. You can do whatever you want." There was a flash of light between his eyebrows, and the gourd little King Kong immediately appeared beside him. Its body turned to the same height as him, and its two broad bean-like eyes flickered continuously, one purple and one green. The appearance of the calabash little King Kong calmed everyone down a little. This was a puppet that could fight against an 8th-rank demonic beast. Even if it wasn't as powerful as Tan Dijuan and Yinglin, it wasn't far from them. Coupled with the powerful Yunxiao and more than a dozen other low-star martial supremes, they suddenly felt that they had the confidence to compete with a martial emperor. Only Tan Dijuan and the others knew that no matter how powerful a Wu Zun was, he could not compete with the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. It was true that everyone below the Emperor Qi was an ant. Fortunately, although Mo Xiaochuan was strong, he did not seem to have unleashed the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. Perhaps, as Yunxiao had said, a trace of his consciousness was still struggling to resist the mind poison, but his body was no longer under his control. Yunxiao looked at Mo Xiaochuan, who was walking toward him step by step, and the complicated look in his eyes was swept away, replaced by a fierce look as he shouted, "Begin! Use all your strength to suppress him." Whoosh! The calabash little King Kong took the lead and rushed up. It was only with it leading the way that everyone had the courage to follow. Otherwise, Tan Dijuan, Sun Jiming, and the injured Yinglin wouldn't have been able to stand out and fight a martial supreme head-on. The calabash little King Kong had no wisdom, so it was fearless. With a roar, it raised its fist and twisted the space with a King Kong fist, pressing down. A strange thought welled up in everyone's hearts. How could the puppet still roar and use the Vajra fist? However, they did not have the time to think about this. Instead, they attacked together. Under the powerful joint attack of more than 10 martial venerables, hundreds of people released their weapons one after another. For a moment, the entire space was incomparably gorgeous. All kinds of lights bloomed and all of them rushed towards Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan's bloodshot eyes glowed with a cold, vicious light. He formed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed directly at the calabash little King Kong's fist wind. The space that had been bent by the pressure instantly twisted in the opposite direction. As Mo Xiaochuan moved his hands, the power of space was like a layer of water film that extended towards the gored little King Kong, enveloping it completely. Then, with a palm seal, the gored little King Kong disappeared in the air with a whoosh. His entire movement was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, as fast as lightning. In everyone's eyes, after he pressed the seal, the puppet completely disappeared. They were terrified and secretly prayed that they would not face this person head-on. The moment the calabash King Kong was knocked away, Yunxiao's demon-slaying sword flew out of the northern heaven frigid star sword. A dragon roared in the air, then spiraled down, its head roaring and emitting a monstrous sword aura as it slashed down. Gao Lin's brick and Tan Dijuan's smog also attacked from the left and right. Sun Jiming and more than 10 martial supremes also joined forces. In the entire space, more than 10 domains overlapped and intertwined, locking Mo Xiaochuan in place. Mo Xiaochuan raised his head, completely unbothered by the attacks of the crowd. Instead, he stared at the demon-slaying sword Qi. A trace of doubt and struggle flashed through his cold eyes, and he was momentarily dazed. And it was this moment of distraction that allowed him to take the best opportunity to attack, and hundreds of attacks came one after another. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of treasured swords and oddly shaped weapons rained down on Mo Xiaochuan's protective true Qi. Although they could not penetrate it, they were weakening. As the powerful force of the martial venerables fell, he finally showed a look of shock and anger. He roared and threw a punch, which directly hit the brick, leaving a deep fist shadow and falling down after losing all its light. Then, Tan Dijuan's misty energy transformed into a human form. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on Mo Xiaochuan's upper body. Under the stimulation of Mo Xiaochuan's red true Qi, he used both his hands to support his cheeks so that they wouldn't burst. But in the end, he was still cut down by the other party's palm and the human figure was split into pieces. Then, the finger radiance and sword Qi attacked, but they were all easily resolved by him. "Young Master Yun," Tan Dijuan said in surprise, "what are you waiting for? We can't hold them back." Yun Xiao did not stop for even a moment after he unleashed the sword beam. Instead, he kept performing incantation gestures with both hands, forming a circular sealing array in front of him. Finally, it condensed in his palm, and he teleported to Mo Xiaochuan's back with a form displacement spell. With a light cry, he slapped the latter's back. Mo Xiaochuan was displaying his might by launching hundreds of attacks when Yunxiao's palm landed on his back with the power of a seal. He immediately let out a soft grunt and his body stiffened in the air. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had seen the hope of victory. Only Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. A powerful fire elemental power burst out of Mo Xiaochuan's body, pushing back all the sealing power. 10,000 rays of red light shot out from the spot where the palm force had struck. Following that, an earth-shattering roar came from within his body. The 10,000 rays of red light actually gathered outside his body, revealing the appearance of an evil beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared in the air. Its voice was exactly the same as Mo Xiaochuan's. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as the red light was pushed back into his body by the force. His entire body instantly turned into a golden light, like a golden body dharma form, blocking all the red light, unable to invade at all. Indestructible golden body. No evil could invade. At this moment, he was like a god who had descended from the heavens. The evil beast demon form was stunned for a moment before it returned to Mo Xiaochuan's body. Mo Xiaochuan roared. It was the sound of the evil beast. It shook off the hundreds of attacks and opened up a path to escape to the center of the red chaos. Mo Xiaochuan rushed into the red chaotic land in the center, and the entire space instantly settled down. Even the southern fire golden crystal mineral liquid in the Ring River calmed down and flowed slowly. Everything returned to its previous calm. Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his spiritual power suddenly fell, his face pale. Although the imperishable golden body had blocked the red light from the evil beast's demonic form, it had injured his internal organs, which he had been forcibly suppressing. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of black rotten blood, the worry in his eyes even heavier. Young Master Yun. Han Xian was the first one who flew up to him, holding him up anxiously. What's wrong with you? Xiao shook his head slightly, and the golden light gradually receded from his body. He kept sending out incantations into the void with both hands, condensing them into a circle of golden patterns. Then, the space was opened, and the Calabash King Kong rushed out with a roar. Its two broad bean-sized eyes turned around, and after finding no enemy, it stood still beside Xiao. Tan Dijuan and the others also flew into the air and circled around Xiao as they said, "Young Master Yun, what was that red beast just now?" Xiao's face was pale, and it took him a few medicinal pills to recover. Staring at the red chaotic region in the center, he said in a deep voice, "That's a spirit, the spirit of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Mine." He was the only one who knew the danger of the backlash just now. If not for his indestructible golden body, he would have been on the verge of death. Spirit of transformation? This Ing Luo, everyone was shocked and felt a chill in their hearts. Gao Lin's expression changed. How many years does an unintelligent body have to go through to form a spirit? If this place was once the treasure vault of the North Scorpion sect, it proves that someone came here thousands of years ago. How could there be a shape-shifting object here? Everyone was frowning as well, feeling that it was a little difficult to understand. Could it be that the North Scorpion sect left the spirit here to guard the treasure? Sun Jiming suddenly asked. It's very possible, Xiao said seriously. This spirit is extraordinary. Although he is not as strong as a martial sovereign, he can't be underestimated. To make matters worse, it was now attached to Ogawa's body, making it even more difficult to force it out. If I'm not wrong, this is the evil spirit that Xiaochuan has been fighting so hard against. Zhen Dao shouted. Who cares what kind of evil spirit it is? It's already escaped, so we don't have to chase it anymore. Leaving this place is the right way to go. We'll return and report this to the sect leader. With the sect leader's status as a martial emperor overseeing this place, we'll definitely be able to take care of Mo Xiaochuan and the evil spirit. Tan Dijuan thought it might be a good idea. If a martial sovereign of the ninth heaven was here, it would be easy for him to deal with these people. However, the rest of the people's expressions changed drastically. If Zhang Linghua came, they would not be able to get any benefits from this place. At most, the other party would be kind and squeeze a little out of the gaps between their teeth for you, but that would really not be worth it. Mei Donger said, Elder Zhen is right, but this passage is still sealed. How can we get out? It was only then that the crowd realized that even though Mo Xiaochuan had escaped, the passageway had not opened up. For some reason, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. Zhen Dio snorted and said, Let's think of a way together. We'll definitely be able to open it. At worst, we'll just force our way out. Tan Dijuan shook his head helplessly. If they forced their way into the tunnel, they wouldn't be able to get out even if they had the map. This was because this was a living passage, and from the looks of it, the control center of this passage should be in the red chaos in the center, and it had a great relationship with the evil spirit. Young Master Yun, do you have any good ideas? Xiao Minghui asked. If we forcefully break the passage, do you have the confidence to lead everyone out? Yun Xiao's performance from the beginning to the present had made him the leader of the crowd, and no one objected to his opinions. Besides, it was Yun Xiao who had sensed the fluctuation of the Southern Fire Golden Crystal's aura that had allowed him to bring them here. No matter what the situation is, I must save Mo Xiaochuan, Yun Xiao said. So, don't expect me to lead the way. As for you, it seems that you won't be able to open the labyrinth's passage unless you enter the red zone. If you want to live, Come with me to save Mo Xiaochuan and destroy the evil spirit. Jindiao's expression changed slightly. How could you be so selfish? He said angrily. You don't care about everyone's lives. Yun Xiao looked at him as if he was an idiot and snorted coldly. Sect Master Tan, take care of your low IQ subordinates. I'm upset now and I don't want to hear such stupid words. You coward. Jindiao's face was livid with anger. The other party had actually called him a low IQ in front of everyone. Looking at Yun Xiao's seriously injured body, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Tan Dijuan also sensed his killing intent. He snorted and shouted, Elder Zhan, stand down. The rest of the people looked at Jindiao with eyes full of ridicule. Low IQ is not wrong. It is the freedom of others to lead the way or not. Those fair and selfless words usually fool fools, but at this critical moment you actually said it. Saying that you have low IQ is already giving you face. In my opinion, you should have 0 IQ. Jindiao's embarrassment turned into anger. He snorted heavily and flew to the ground, no longer paying attention to the crowd. Young Master Yun, it's not that we don't want to help you save Mo Xiaochuan, but we don't have the ability to do so, Gao Lin said in a deep voice. You name a price and lead everyone out of this maze. As long as you can afford it, everyone will definitely pay. How many origin stones do you need? Just tell me. Not to mention the difficulty of saving Mo Xiaochuan. Even if it was a simple task, he would not want to save him. Moreover, it also involved some issues with the Chamber of Commerce. If Mo Huayuan were to find out about this, he would be in deep trouble. Even without considering Mo Huayuan, Mo Xiaochuan was a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, and that was enough to put him in a difficult position. Yun Xiao had also guessed that Mo Xiaochuan's promise to the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce should also have something to do with it. This also explained why Mo Huayuan's expression had been so intense when she had asked him about Mo Xiaochuan. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce must have done something. However, he was unable to pursue the matter now, and he still needed to borrow the power of the Chamber of Commerce. The other forces also responded, Right. Name a number, and if everyone thinks it's feasible, we'll give you primeval stones. Bring everyone out. Yun Xiao gave him a cold look, and the penetrating look in his eyes made Ying Lin's hair stand on end, as if all the secrets in his heart had been known by Yun Xiao. He felt an unspeakable pain all over his body as he said in a daze, Young Master Yun, just give me a number. Yun Xiao snorted and retracted his fierce look. If you really want me to give you a price, then I'll definitely give you my head. Are you going to give it to me or not? Gao Lin's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a step back in the air. He became extremely alert and said angrily, Li Yun Xiao, we're all in the same boat now. What do you want to do? While keeping his guard up against Yun Xiao, he observed everyone's expressions. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. He was sure that if Yun Xiao really made the offer, the people present would not mind joining forces to take his life. At the thought of this, he broke out in cold sweat. Don't worry, Yun Xiao snorted. You look like a pig. I'm not interested in your head at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved her earlier. To tell you the truth, I have a close relationship with Mo Xiaochuan, so I must save him. I don't care even if you give me everything you have. Also, Mo Xiaochuan is the young master of the Mo clan in Black Iron City. If Black Iron City finds out about this and takes their anger out on you, you'll all be dead too. Hearing the name Black Iron City, everybody felt cold. Although Black Iron City was not one of the 7 superpowers, it was an existence that even the 7 superpowers would not want to provoke. Even if Ying Lin was proud of the Thunder and Wind Chamber of Commerce's background, if the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce knew that he had offended the people of Black Iron City, they would kill him without a second thought to stop the war. After thinking for a while, Tan Dijuan couldn't think of a second option. So he said, Young Master Yun, are you saying that we should all follow you into the red chaos in the center? At the very least, they had to give it some thought and give everyone some confidence. Otherwise, who knows if there are any other dangers in there? Not bad. No one knows the situation inside, Yun Xiao said. Even my divine sense has been blocked. However, everyone must be clear that going in to save Mo Xiaochuan is also saving your own lives. Don't think that you're doing things for me and act so unwillingly. I won't force those who are unwilling to come. Just don't follow me when you're running for your life. A gloomy look rose on everyone's faces. Even if the passage was opened, it was unlikely that they could get out without Xiao's guidance. His words were clearly binding everyone to his chariot. Sun Jiming said, "Young Master Yun, you're right. Helping others is equivalent to helping yourself." Just like how young Master Yun had saved President Chen earlier, everyone was in the same boat, so they naturally had to work together to overcome this difficulty. Besides, I'd also like to meet the heroes of Black Iron City. Even if I don't have a relationship with young Master Yun, I'll still have to help you today. After knowing that there was no way out, Sun Jiming expressed his attitude and stance with a straight face. Although they were despised by the crowd, they had no choice since the big shots had spoken. Good. It's rare for everyone to be like this. As long as it's done, I'll do my best to get everyone out of the trap. If there are benefits, it is guaranteed that everyone will get a share. It is only a matter of how much. Yun Xiao began to win over the people's hearts as he said, "Also, President Qian, as long as you do your best to help me save them, I can write off all the things you've done before. Otherwise, you'll get what you deserve." A glimmer of hope welled up in everyone's hearts. With Yun Xiao's promise, they all felt secure, whether it was escaping or finding the treasure. Only Tan Dijuan and the other members of the local forces frowned. There was no sign of the treasure for the time being. Even if there was, how could Yun Xiao distribute it? He could even guarantee that he had a share. Did he really want him to share the treasure alone? All of them were dissatisfied. On the other hand, Wu Lin's face changed drastically, and a look of fear appeared on his face. But under Yun Xiao's clear eyes, he finally became determined and said through gritted teeth, "Good! I'll believe young Master Yun this once." He had made up his mind. If what he had done was known by Mo Huayuan or Black Iron City, not only the Mo family, but also the headquarters of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce would kill him to appease the anger of Black Iron City. Although he did not know why Yun Xiao had made such a promise, it gave him a sense of hope and an inexplicable trust. All right, I hope everyone will work together for the next matter. If someone is disloyal, I won't say anything to remind them and will directly use the sword in my hand. Yun Xiao's tone turned cold. Saving Mo Xiaochuan was a must, and no one was allowed to ruin it. "Don't worry," said Lin slowly. "This is for everyone's own interests and lives." "That's good. Everyone, adjust your breathing and replenish your yuan qi. We'll enter together later." After saying that, Yun Xiao landed on the ground and began to sit cross-legged in meditation, circulating his qi to heal his internal injuries. In fact, it was not difficult to save Mo Xiaochuan. He only needed to pull him into the Divine Realm tablet and everything would be under his control. However, the other party was completely unconscious at the moment, so it was completely impossible to rush into the other party's sea of consciousness with mental power. Only by temporarily sealing his body could he be pulled into the Divine Realm tablet and force the evil spirit out with his and Yuan Gaohan's strength. The calabash little King Kong also sat down cross-legged next to Yun Xiao and meditated with him. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment and wondered, is there a puppet that can meditate? However, other than the puppets, no one could think of what they were. Demon beasts lacked intelligence, and Yun Xiao could not be a beast tamer. With his great strength, he would not have the time to train them. Besides, Yun Xiao had too many secrets and too many tricks. None of them could understand what he was doing. They only knew that comparisons were odious. Most of them had lost some of their vitality and were not injured. Only Yun Xiao and Gao Lin had suffered some internal injuries. After resting for a while, they had almost recovered. Finally, under Yun Xiao's lead, they rushed into the red chaos in the center. It was also chaotic inside, and it was impossible to tell north from south. The entire world was shrouded in layers of fog, and one couldn't see the end at a glance. "This is a Kasaya, how could it be?" Everyone turned pale with fright. Tan Dijuan also said seriously, "Is there another space in the fog? From the outside, it's only about 100 meters in radius, but it's actually a different world. This is even more troublesome. It's a very powerful seal, Xianxia said thoughtfully. Only by relying on the endless power of the mountain's mineral resources can such a seal be laid down and run for thousands of years without extinguishing. Everyone, please follow me. He flew down. Although the entire space was filled with the red aura of the southern fire golden crystal, he could still catch the faint fluctuations left behind by Mo Xiaochuan. After identifying the direction, he went through the fog with all his might. Hundreds of people followed closely behind him. In a place like this, everything was strange and dangerous. Even those who didn't want to contribute didn't dare to fall behind. Following the team closely was the safest way. That's Ying Luo in front. After flying for a while, Xianxia saw a tall altar emerge from the horizon. Soon, everyone saw it, and their eyes widened in shock. Their mouths were so wide that they could stuff a watermelon into them. Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence. An altar constructed from the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence. Gao Lin cried out in alarm, his eyes filled with horror. He almost went crazy as he roared, "Heavens! This can't be real. An altar constructed from the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" As it was impossible to use one's consciousness in the chaotic world, he could only rely on his eyes to observe. Even if he saw it, he could not believe his eyes. The rest of the people also stopped and began to rub their eyes, doubting what they were seeing. Xianxia was also shocked. If the altar was really made of Southern Fire golden crystal sources, its value could even be comparable to the statue made of heavenly shining K-gold on his divine realm tablet or the 7 pieces of northern heaven cold star iron. Everyone, don't be too excited. What you see may not be true. Even if all of the ore veins in South Fire City were to gather their essence here, there might not be so much essence in 10,000 years. There must be a problem, Xianxia said very calmly. Even so, he could not help but feel his heart pounding. This Southern Fire golden crystal mine was also a natural treasure. Other than being used for refining weapons, it could also be used as a cultivation energy source for fire-type martial artists. As for the Southern Fire golden crystal source, it was formed from the condensation of its essence, and it was similar to the essence core that was above supreme-grade essence stones. One had to know that according to the exchange levels based on the vital chi accumulation, one vital core could be exchanged for 100 supreme-grade vital stones, 10,000 high-grade vital stones, and 1,000,000 mid-grade vital stones. Xianxia had spent 10 billion mid-grade primordial stones on them, but they were only exchanged for 10,000 essence cores. If they suddenly saw a tower or altar made of primordial core, they would go crazy with excitement. The fire elemental warriors, in particular, were starting to lose control of their emotions. If the altar before them was the real Southern Fire crystal gold source, they could even break through to the martial supreme realm if they cultivated in it for a few decades. Although Yunxiao's words had calmed many people down, they were all filled with expectations and could not help themselves. "Young Master Yun," Tan Dijuan said in a deep voice, "even if this altar is fake, it must contain a lot of crystal sources. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a strong aura. Shouldn't we first decide on how to distribute this treasure?" His words immediately alerted everyone, and they all perked up their ears to listen. Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of anger as he said in a deep voice, "We're not sure if it's true yet, and you're already thinking about splitting things. I didn't even see the shadow of the person I wanted to save." "Sect Master Tan, I think you're very unfriendly," Tan Dijuan snorted fearlessly. "We're all here to find the treasure, not to save your friend. Saving the people is just us giving you a hand. Treasure hunting is the initial and final goal." Although his words touched everyone's heart, Tan Dijuan was still afraid when he saw Yunxiao's eyes, which were getting colder and colder. Of course, saving lives is also very important. Everyone will naturally not forget it. Yunxiao was irritated. Now that a huge cake had appeared in front of him, the people who had gathered because of Mo Xiaochuan's matter were gradually losing their morale. He knew that if he did not settle the distribution of benefits now, everyone would be resentful, and it would be difficult for them to concentrate. "Then how do you think this cake should be divided, Sect Master Tan?" Yunxiao restrained his cold aura and said coldly. Tan Dijuan smiled and said, "It's simple. It doesn't matter if it's real or not, or how many good things are in there. My Big Dipper sect will take half first, and you can split the rest however you want. After all, everyone went through great lengths to find this place, so we can't go too far. Haha, it's not too much. Old man, you're really tired of living. Humph. Gao Lin sneered and snorted. If your Big Dipper sect takes 10%, I think you can still bear with it and agree. Haha, 10%? You old fogey, you really dare to say that? Tan Dijuan's face turned cold. The people of the Big Dipper sect were on high alert, ready to fight at any time. They did not have the guts to go up against Mo Xiaochuan, but they had no fear when it came to the Chamber of Commerce. Lin wasn't afraid at all. He sneered, "You can ask the others. Who agreed to let you take 50%? Even if it's 10%, it's useless even if I agree alone. I'm afraid that everyone might not agree." Sun Jiming replied, "I'll still agree to 10%. However, if it's 50%, the Sect Master Tan, you've just taken office. You might be a little impatient." Xiao Minghui said, "How about this? I'll divide it into 5 portions. The Big Dipper sect, the Heavenly Scorpion sect, the New Moon sect, and the Merchant Union will each take 1. The rest of you will get a share. What do you think?" Without waiting for the hundreds of itinerant cultivators to object, Gao Lin spat out a mouthful of saliva and coldly snorted. "Bah! Do you think your New Moon sect has the right to split it equally with my entire Chamber of Commerce? Your New Moon sect can't be considered a single power. It should be divided among the rogue cultivators and shared." Xiao Minghui's face darkened. "Qianlin, don't say such useless things," he said angrily. "Come up with a plan that everyone will believe in." "We can't argue like this," Sun Jiming said. He glanced at Yun Xiao, who was waiting to watch coldly, and asked, "I wonder if young Master Yun has any suggestions?" Yun Xiao turned around and strode toward the altar as he snorted coldly. "A bunch of motley crew, splitting your sister's treasure. Those who are capable will get it, and those who are incapable will get lost. I'm going to save them first, and I'll have a good talk with you about the treasure when I return." An inexplicable sense of frustration grew in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more unreliable these people were. He might as well save people by himself. As for the treasures, as long as he successfully rescued Mo Xiaochuan, he would have a good talk with these people. Those who did not help him would not get a single primordial stone, and they would not be able to leave this underground maze. Han Xian hurriedly followed. Although she was weak, she didn't mind going through life and death with him. Without Yun Xiao, he would have died many times. "You stay here with the others," Yun Xiao said. "It's too strange up ahead. I'm afraid I'll have to be distracted to take care of you." He didn't want to put Luan Xian into the Divine Realm tablet. Although they were good friends, it was better for fewer people to know about the Divine Realm tablet. Although Han Xian was extremely reluctant, she knew that Yun Xiao was right. "You must be careful. If you can save him, do it. If you can't, don't force yourself. Since that man is the young master of Black Iron City, as long as we send a message, Black Iron City will send someone here." Han Chuan's words made Gao Lin and the other leaders' hearts shiver, and they all became vigilant, looking at Han Xian with malicious intent. If news of this spread to Black Iron City, it might implicate the local tyrants. It would be fine if they could save Mo Xiaochuan, but if they couldn't let the news leak. Tan Dijuan caught up with Yun Xiao in a few steps and said, "Young Master Yun, there's no need to rush. After everyone has shared the benefits, wouldn't it be great to help you save the people together?" In his mind, he did not want Yun Xiao to go to the altar alone. If there were any treasures inside, Yun Xiao would be the first to get them. Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold as he flicked the Northern Heaven Cold Star sword in his hand, which turned into a beam of cold light and shot out. "Get lost. If you don't want to help, then stay here. If you don't want to help and still try to stop me, I'll kill you first." He guided the sword chi and pointed it at Tan Dijuan, who had just dodged the sword light. Beside him, the calabash little King Kong also made a starting gesture of the Vajra fist, ready to take action at any time after receiving the order. The sword and the fist were held back and pointed at Tan Dijuan, making him feel an invisible pressure. He immediately said, "Young Master Yun, you've misunderstood. That Mo Xiaochuan has been possessed by the evil spirit for so long. He's not in a hurry." Gao Lin also thought of the key point and hurriedly said, "You're right. There's strength in numbers. Besides, if we don't get rid of the evil spirit in Mo Xiaochuan's body, we won't be able to get out. Even if we manage to get the treasure, we'll still die." His words were like a basin of cold water that was poured on the heads of the hot-blooded people who were waiting to split the treasure. That's right, if we don't get rid of the evil spirit, we won't be able to get out even if we get the treasure. If they did not help Yun Xiao save them, and he refused to lead them out of the maze, they would all die. Everyone's thoughts of splitting the treasure immediately cooled down, and they once again thought about how to save their lives and escape. "You know about it too?" Yun Xiao said coldly. "This young master's words are clear. If you don't save anyone, don't even think about taking a piece of and don't even think about following this young master. As for how you decide, that's your business. Get out of my way." He struck out his sword, and then the gored little King Kong also threw out a punch. The sword light and the fist wind collided, knocking Tan Dijuan aside and then left. Tan Dijuan's face darkened. Sun Jiming went up and asked, "What should we do now? This person is too important, we must protect his life." Tan Dijuan nodded and said, "In that case, let's put aside the distribution for now. We should focus on solving the evil spirits and saving people." Led by several leaders, the local forces put away the tense atmosphere and chased after Yun Xiao. Han Xian was also among them, in sync with Mei Dong-er. Mei Dong-er's eyes revealed an unnoticeable look of envy. She complained to herself in her heart, "If only I could be like Sister Han Xian. I could follow Big Brother Yun Xiao as I please." She was in the Big Dipper sect and had to listen to the sect's orders. Most of the time, she had no choice. "It's better to split it up after the event," Chu Lin snorted. "Perhaps there won't be so many people and there'll be less talk." He led the people of the Chamber of Commerce and followed closely behind. In addition to the distribution of benefits, he had a more important reason, which was Yun Xiao's promise to forget the past. That was a promise that was enough to save his life. Although many of the remaining itinerant martial artists were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. They could only follow behind carefully. This group of people was the weakest and the most unreliable. It was not realistic to expect them to contribute. Yun Xiao snorted coldly as he looked at the people who had followed him. If he had the confidence to suppress Mo Xiaochuan, he would not have dragged this motley crew over. The person in the lead quickly flew to the altar and looked down. The red aura that lingered around the altar was exactly the same as the one on Mo Xiaochuan's body. No one could see the truth behind it. However, the surging aura of the Southern Fire golden crystal essence made even him want to take a few deep breaths. All of the blood vessels in his body seemed to have opened on their own at this moment, and the countless tiny air holes were continuously absorbing the energy of the crystal sources in the surroundings. A large amount of fire elemental energy flowed through his meridians and into his dantian. He was greatly shocked to feel such a strong spiritual chi impact just by being above it. Soon, everyone arrived in the air and felt the same aura. They were all shocked, but most of them were ecstatic. Tan Dijuan was shocked. Could it be that the entire altar is really the source of the Southern Fire golden crystal essence? How could this be? Even he himself couldn't believe it. "Whether it's true or not," Yun Xiao said, "we'll know when we go down and take a look." He took the lead and flew down. He passed through the red chaotic chi and stepped on the altar without any obstacles. The surface of the platform was only 50 meters in radius, not very big. Moreover, the design was simple and empty. There seemed to be an entrance at one end of the rooftop that led to the inside. When Yun Xiao stepped on the altar, he immediately felt a powerful fire element rushing into his body, and he could not stop it even if he wanted to. The demonic dragon's voice suddenly rang out. "No matter what's going on with this altar, at least the chi of the crystal source is real. This is the kind of surging energy you need. If you cultivate here for 3 to 5 years, there's a high chance that you'll return to the peak of the martial supreme realm." Yun Xiao was also tempted. The primordial energy here was far stronger than that in Yanwu. It was like a mountain of primordial cores in front of him, which could drive any warrior crazy. Golden crystal sources. It's indeed the Southern Fire golden crystal sources. Haha! All the cultivators descended from the sky and began to go crazy, desperately kissing the altar under their feet. Some even took out their weapons, wanting to cut it down and take it away. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking came from all directions, all of which were from the great martial artists digging the altar, but to their horror, they found that they couldn't move the altar at all. Mei Dong originally cultivated water-type techniques. Although the golden crystal sources contained a large amount of yuan qi, it still made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Once the fire-type energy entered her body, she immediately needed to circulate a large amount of yuan qi to resist it and maintain her body's moisture, greatly reducing her strength. The fire attribute cultivators all madly absorbed it. Cultivating in this place for a day was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for months or even a year. Tan Dijuan and the others had already surrounded the entrance on the altar, and they were suspicious. It was pitch black inside, and their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. Xiaochuan must be in there, Yunxiao said. This place must be the evil spirit's lair. If I'm not wrong, the evil spirit was also born here. That's right. Only such a huge source of Southern Fire golden crystal can form a spirit, Tan Dijuan said. If this is its lair, then... His eyes flashed with deep worry. Are you referring to its combat strength? Sun Jiming asked. Tan Dijuan nodded and said, That's right. If it were to fight here, its power would be almost endless and would never be exhausted. Unless we can subdue it in an instant, we'll be at a complete disadvantage if we fight it. The space here is too small, Yunxiao said. There are too many people here. Why don't the few of you follow me down, while the rest of you stay up there to avoid becoming a burden? The few of them looked at each other, all of them revealing worried expressions. Although they were powerful, they did not want to take risks. Moreover, the longer he cultivated, the more he cherished his life. After all, no one knew what was down there. Yunxiao could see the concerns of the crowd, so he said, I won't force you. Tell me after you've thought it through. I don't want anything that I don't want to see to happen down there. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile on the spot. After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged at the entrance and began to absorb yuan qi. No one was willing to waste a single second in such a place. Hundreds of warriors were sitting cross-legged in this small space. Apart from the water element warriors, the rest of the people had benefited greatly. Even water attribute martial artists, when struggling to withstand this overbearing fire attribute power entering the body, also obtained enormous training. Yunxiao, on the other hand, exerted all his strength to cast the one qi creation skill, and all the pores on his body opened and swallowed. Hissing sounds could be heard all over his body, and tiny red whirlwinds could be seen revolving around his body. Yunxiao's cultivation had produced an unusual phenomenon, which shocked the leaders. They could sense how terrifying the amount of primordial qi Yunxiao had absorbed was, and they looked at each other with fear in their hearts. The few of them moved their lips and communicated telepathically. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions, but they seemed to have reached a consensus. Tan Dijuan interrupted Yunxiao's cultivation and said, Young Master Yun, we're willing to go down with you. Yunxiao opened his eyes and retracted the absorption force around him. The strange phenomenon immediately disappeared as he said, Then I'll have to trouble everyone. Then he stood up and jumped into the entrance with the gourd little King Kong. Yinglin, Tan Dijuan, Sun Jiming, and Xiao Minghui followed closely behind them. The rest of the people stayed on the altar to cultivate, waiting for their news. It was dark inside the altar, and since they couldn't use their divine senses, they could only produce fire. Everyone condensed a ball of raging fire in their hands, which immediately lit up the entire inside. It was actually very simple inside. It was not as complicated or dangerous as everyone had imagined. It was just a space similar to a hall, and a huge statue stood in the center. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaochuan was sitting cross-legged in front of the statue. He had a peaceful look on his face and had retracted all his evil aura. He seemed to be praying devoutly. The 5 of them descended rapidly and immediately formed an encirclement formation in the sky, surrounding Mo Xiaochuan. Yun Xiao's expression was solemn. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he raised his head, and then his body trembled, and he almost cried out in horror. He saw that the huge stone statue was carved of a woman, and her face was so strange that it was impossible to see clearly. At a glance, the body shape was exactly the same as his heavenly Xianxia Jin statue. Magnet! Yun Xiao was taken aback by the shape of the statue. He sucked in a cold breath and felt a chill run up his spine. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't understand why there would be a statue that was exactly the same as the one in the outer space in the treasure of the North Scorpion sect. However, the one in front of him was only constructed from the Southern Fire golden crystal essence. Although it was huge, its value was far inferior to the one in the Heavenly Shine Imperial Gold. At this moment, he finally came to a realization. The entire altar wasn't constructed from the source of Southern Fire golden crystal essence. The only source of Southern Fire golden crystal essence was this female statue. Young Master Yun, what's wrong? Opposite him was Wu Lin, who could not see the statue behind him, but could see Yun Xiao's shocked expression. So he could not help but blurt out the question. I see. Tan Dijuan, who was on Yun Xiao's left, also noticed the statue. So the true Southern Fire golden crystal source is here. Such a huge statue. What a great fortune this is. His eyes were filled with greed. He had almost forgotten the mission of the group and was staring at the statue with an infatuated look. Not good. Suddenly, Yun Xiao was taken aback and said in horror, Close your eyes and don't look at the face of the statue. Originally, the face of the statue was strange and difficult to see clearly. But, under his gaze, it began to gradually become clear. But as the face became clear, Yun Xiao suddenly felt a tremor between his eyebrows, which brought him back to his senses. Even with his powerful spiritual power, he had almost fallen into the trap without realizing it. It was already too late. Apart from Ying Lin, who had his back to the statue, the faces of the other 3 people began to turn dull. The surging vital qi in their bodies also dissipated, and their hands hung down. Their minds were completely controlled and they stood in the air. Gao Lin also noticed the strange state of the 3, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to turn his head around. He could only say in horror, What's going on? What's wrong with the 3 of them? Oh no, Yun Xiao said. Hurry up and seal the 3 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he performed a hand seal. It was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen flashing in the air, and it was the first one to hit Tan Dijuan. Tan Dijuan's body trembled, and then he lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Having succeeded in his attack, Yun Xiao immediately charged toward Sun Jiming. However, it was already too late. Sun Jiming's originally dull face suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. He raised his hand with a loud roar and pointed his finger in the air. In an instant, his body glowed brightly and shot out dozens of finger radiances that broke through the air. At the same time, Xiao Minghui also made his move, but his target was Gao Lin. A huge, overbearing sword qi condensed in the air and then slashed down at Gao Lin. This sudden turn of events caught the 2 of them off guard. Yun Xiao hurriedly brandished the Northern Heaven's cold star sword to block the finger light. But, although Sun Jiming was not a peak martial venerable, he was not far from it, and the strength of the finger light was not something he could block. His body immediately turned golden, and several finger lights shot into his body, leaving bloody wounds and immediately injuring him. Then, Little Gold, the calabash, had just reacted. With a roar, it enlarged its body and stood in front of Yun Xiao, saving him from danger. On the other hand, the gourd Little King Kong's body was made of 9th-tier materials. It was not afraid of the attack of a martial supreme at all. It strode over in the air and started fighting with Sun Jiming. On the other side, Gao Lin dodged Xiao Minghui's sword light and took out his brick as well. The 2 of them started fighting. Ying Lin's brick was also an 8th-tier profound artifact. Although it wasn't as powerful as Wu Yan's Mirror of Calm Lake, it was still an artifact that he had refined for many years. As such, he was able to turn the situation around with a single strike. It was a pity that Mo Xiaochuan had dispersed most of the brick's spiritual energy, so it was now a draw against Xiao Minghui. After being injured by Sun Jiming's finger beam, Yun Xiao fell from the sky and stood in the hall. He looked at Mo Xiaochuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and unmoving, while healing his wounds in silence. He was in no hurry to attack, as he was eager to buy time until the battle above was over. However, things often went against his wishes. When Mo Xiaochuan opened his eyes, a sharp aura shot out from them. It was not the red color of poison, but instead, it was clear. You've recovered. Yun Xiao was taken aback and asked with great joy. A huge wave surged in his heart, and he could not suppress his emotions. Mo Xiaochuan glanced at him coldly and said, "Who are you?" His voice was extremely normal, and he didn't seem to be possessed by an evil spirit. His eyes were filled with spiritual light, and he didn't seem to have lost his mind. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, "So you're from the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce." "Humph. Lin, do you still have the face to see me?" Yun Xiao was immediately certain that Mo Xiaochuan's mind was very clear, and he was overjoyed. "Xiaochuan, what's up with the possession of the evil spirit earlier? How are you doing?" Mo Xiaochuan looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you? I've clearly never seen him before, but why do I feel like I'm familiar with him?" "You're the one who fought with me earlier," he shouted in shock. "The young man who used the sword technique to kill the monster." His eyes lit up and his body couldn't help but tremble at this moment. His emotions fluctuated greatly as he said, "You? Who are you? Why does he know the demon-slaying sword art?" He seemed to have guessed something and said sorrowfully, "Could it be that you're the last disciple master accepted?" Thinking of this, 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. He said in grief and indignation, "I hate Mo Xiaochuan for being so disappointing. He's actually unable to find out the cause of Master's death. Now, he's even trapped here, and I don't know when he'll be able to see the light of day. I'm so hateful." He slammed his fist on the ground, causing a red glow to appear. As his emotions fluctuated violently, a red aura began to appear around his body, and his eyes gradually turned red. "What?" Yun Xiao was shocked. "Xiaochuan, what the hell is wrong with you?" Mo Xiaochuan's face was filled with pain as he suddenly shouted, "Go, quickly go! That evil spirit is going to control my body." He rolled on the ground in pain, like a carp jumping on an anvil. He covered his head with both hands, trying to protect his spiritual altar and consciousness from the invasion of the evil beasts. Yun Xiao's heart trembled. He rushed forward and quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, forming a seal that he slapped down casually, trying to seal him in an instant and drag him into the Divine Realm tablet. But, the moment the seal fell, the evil spirit's beast demon form reappeared, its terrifying face roaring and blocking Yun Xiao's seal. Yun Xiao suddenly opened the immemorial heavenly eye between his brows and shot out a stream of phoenix divine fire toward the evil spirit. The evil spirit's eyes revealed a look of fear. After howling a few times, it realized that the other party's divine fire was not as powerful as it had imagined. It was not as afraid as before. It continued to surge out of its body, blocking the divine fire. Yun Xiao was very anxious. He knew that his opponent was also a fire elemental spiritualist and had a natural immunity to fire elemental powers. Although the true phoenix flame was strong enough to suppress him in terms of level, what Yun Xiao could use was very limited. As the two sides were in a stalemate, his soul power was quickly exhausted, while his opponent was continuously absorbing the fire element in the surroundings, gradually becoming stronger. In just a few breaths, Yun Xiao felt that he could not hold on any longer, and his heart was filled with anxiety. If he could not take this opportunity to drag Mo Xiaochuan into the Divine Realm tablet, it would be even more difficult when the evil spirit completely occupied his body. Pig. Since the other party is a fire element evil spirit, it's natural to use water to subdue it. The demonic dragon's voice rang out from within his soul. Yun Xiao was so angry that he wanted to curse out loud. He naturally knew that water could suppress fire, But at this moment, just as he was feeling depressed, he suddenly thought of something and was overjoyed. He hurriedly circulated the small ball of energy in his dantian. As the spiritual energy slowly flowed through his body, the inextinguishable golden body once again bloomed with divine light. The immemorial heavens I suddenly closed and retracted the true phoenix flame. When it opened again, it turned into a crescent blood moon and shot a pale blue light toward the evil spirit. Inside the light blue light there was half a drop of water. It was small but crystal clear. It refracted a beautiful blue light and rushed into the evil spirit. It was the water of the 100 rivers that Wu Yen had collected from the mirror of Calm Lake. Roar! The evil spirit's body was broken into by the 100 river water, and the red color of its body was immediately reduced by more than half, as if it had been seriously injured. It let out a pained cry and roared towards the sky. The evil spirit's aura dissipated in the air as it roared. The water of the 100 rivers was a mutated element that was close to the water origin. It directly suppressed the energy of the southern fire golden crystal, causing great damage to the evil spirit. Yunxiao cried out. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity. He mustered all his strength and quickly performed an incantation gesture. A golden light condensed in front of him and then descended from the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The evil spirit let out a hissing sound that was like a leaking wind before it was slowly absorbed into Mo Xiaochuan's body. Mo Xiaochuan's entire body fell to the ground. Yunxiao was almost exhausted after this attack. He staggered forward, slapped Mo Xiaochuan with his palm, and sucked him into the divine realm tablet. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the battle in the sky was basically coming to an end. Although Gao Lin's profound level weapon was damaged, his strength was still higher than Xiao Minghui's. He quickly suppressed Xiao Minghui and directly hit him until he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Originally, the two forces were fighting openly and covertly, so Gao Lin naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. His every move was vicious, and he wished he could shatter the other party's dantian. He would only be happy if he directly crippled the other party. However, after Xiao Minghui lost his mind, he also became fearless. Under the fierce battle, Gao Lin was also in danger. On the other side, the gourd little Vajra also became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. When he fought with Sun Jiming, his body was his greatest reliance. It was completely made of 9th-tier materials. This was the true indestructible golden body. From the beginning to the end, he had suppressed Sun Jiming. Very quickly, he also broke through his opponent's defense with a punch and directly blasted Sun Jiming down. Ying Lin looked at the unconscious Tan Dijuan and the severely injured Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was undoubtedly the best time to kill the three of them. As long as he got rid of the three of them, the three big sects outside, as well as some small local forces, would be easy to capture. As long as he got rid of these people, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the local forces and sects. However, there was still hesitation in his eyes because the Big Dipper sect had Zhang Linghua, a martial sovereign, in charge. On the other hand, the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters could not send a martial emperor to help at this critical moment. I know what you're thinking. Yunxiao gave him a look and said, but you'd better behave yourself. Although these three aren't good people, I won't allow you to kill them before this matter is resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, the calabash little King Kong stepped in front of Gao Lin with heavy steps. A steady and heavy aura exuded from his raised fist, almost suffocating Gao Lin. Qian Lin was shocked, and he laughed awkwardly. Young Master Yun, you're overthinking it. We should work together. Even if they've been possessed, I'll never abandon my teammates. That's not my style. He looked around and suddenly exclaimed, Where's Mo Xiaochuan? It's good as long as you don't have any rash thoughts, Yunxiao said. President Qian has also exhausted a lot of his energy. I'll rest for a while and see how I can help the three of them get rid of the evil art after I recover my energy. As for Mo Xiaochuan, he said indifferently, the mission has been completed. You don't need to worry. The mission is complete? Gao Lin's pupils contracted as he looked around. but he couldn't see Mo Xiaochuan's shadow at all. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. But it was obvious that Yunxiao would not tell him. Although he felt very uncomfortable holding it in, it was not appropriate for him to ask. So he flew down embarrassedly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to cultivate. The huge female statue was right behind the two of them. Lin didn't dare to turn around to look at the face of the statue, and he could only absorb the aura of the Southern Fire golden crystal essence from the statue without any restraint. The aura was even denser than when he was on the altar. After suppressing the evil spirit in Mo Xiaochuan's body, Yunxiao was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and could not exert any strength. He immediately let the little guardian deity gourd protect him by his side and entered a state of cultivation with all his heart and soul, greedily devouring the astonishing vital qi and fire elements. Although the fire element was strong, it was easily resisted by his physical body. His soul directly materialized in the Divine Realm tablet and appeared beside Mo Xiaochuan. Staring at the familiar face, Yunxiao's eyes were filled with unspeakable melancholy. He cast a few incantations into Mo Xiaochuan's body and made him sit cross-legged, while he himself also sat in the air opposite him. He performed a sword incantation gesture with 2 fingers, and a little fluorescent light flickered on his fingertips as if he had entered a certain state. Both of them remained motionless. Time passed by slowly. All of a sudden, Mo Xiaochuan's eyes snapped open. They were completely red, and his face was as ferocious as an evil spirit's as he opened his mouth and roared. Mo Xiaochuan's aura surged as he pounced on Yunxiao, as if he was going to tear him apart. Yunxiao's eyes were still half closed, and without even looking, he pointed a finger at Mo Xiaochuan. The fluorescent light at the tip of his finger hit Mo Xiaochuan between his eyebrows, and his entire body was immediately shaken off. Mo Xiaochuan rolled around in the air in pain before turning into a red light and fleeing. With a thought, Yunxiao's figure immediately disappeared from where he was and reappeared somewhere several miles away, just in time to intercept Mo Xiaochuan, who was trying to escape. He said expressionlessly, "I don't know if you can understand me. This is my territory. You can't resist. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender your head. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to transform, I can spare your life. Roar!" Mo Xiaochuan roared repeatedly in the air as the red aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. His hands were also changing rapidly, and the wind and clouds in the surroundings surged. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky as a huge golden seal appeared behind him. Then he clapped his hands and threw them at Yunxiao. Heaven and Earth seal? This power was indeed not something that a peak martial venerable could display. However, there was not a trace of Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens in it. "Xiaochuan, you're still struggling to fight against this evil spirit, aren't you?" Yunxiao sighed and waved his hand as he shouted, "Clouds scatter! Seal break!" The aurora of the seal of heaven and earth was suddenly split apart, turning into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. They scattered in an instant. Mo Xiaochuan's face was filled with fear. He roared and tried to escape again. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness as he said, "It seems that you are an evil spirit that is very afraid of death. Since you are not willing to come out, I will beat you until you come out." With a single thought, he appeared beside Mo Xiaochuan and punched him in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, Yunxiao generously used Mo Xiaochuan as a target to practice his skills. He was covered in wounds, but his face was still as cold as ever. No matter how serious these physical injuries were, he could still save them. However, if the evil spirit refused to leave, he had no choice. Moreover, his training method was much crueler than a beating for these disciples. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes were filled with fear. However, it was useless no matter how he tried to escape. He continued to run. Yunxiao frowned and said to himself, "This evil spirit doesn't seem to have any intelligence. It knows that it can't escape, but it still fled. We might not be able to force him out even if we continue fighting like this. What should we do? Why don't we try this?" he said after a moment of silence. He clenched his fist, and a dragon's shadow emerged from his body, circling around him. It was the demon dragon, and it seemed to understand Xiao's mind. "You want me to enter that kid's body and force the evil spirit out?" "That's right," Xiao said. "Judging from the current situation, the evil spirit has no intelligence. I'm afraid it won't come out unless I kill Xiaochuan. You're also a pure spirit body and have the aura of a true dragon, so you might be able to force it to escape. But remember, don't hurt Xiaochuan's soul." "Understood," the demon dragon replied. "This kid is also my favorite among your many disciples. If I can't use my dragon chi to scare the evil spirit out, I'll come out first and then we'll have a long-term plan." The demonic dragon circled a few times in the air before charging straight at Mo Xiaochuan. It entered the space between his brows and disappeared. Mo Xiaochuan's expression froze for a moment, followed by a look of extreme fear. He held his head and howled in the air. An intense red aura spread rapidly from his body, and he seemed to have gone mad. Xiao looked at him coldly without any emotion as he muttered, "Xiaochuan, this is also a tribulation in your life. It's up to you whether you can survive it. The demonic dragon can only assist you, and only your own divine sense can dispel the evil spirit. I can only help you to this extent." A series of shrieks rang out in the air as Mo Xiaochuan's body was twisted, pulled, and even expanded and shrunk. It was clear that the battle between the demonic dragon and the evil spirit was intense. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes flickered with a red light. They were no longer as blood-red as before, and it was clear that he was trying hard to regain control of his consciousness. Xiao's eyes narrowed when he discovered this, and then he waved his hand. The scripture of the Great Expansion divine technique immediately appeared in the air, flickering and disappearing. The powerful force contained in the characters turned into a line and flew into Mo Xiaochuan's forehead, then rang out in his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, stabilizing his mind like an immortal chant. As the power of the Great Expansion divine technique's words took effect, Mo Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in the air and formed a hand seal. A faint green aura appeared above it and condensed into a green lotus that emitted a holy light. His entire person immediately appeared in a peaceful state, and the red color on his skin gradually faded. Xiao's eyes shone with great joy. This sign indicated that Mo Xiaochuan had already taken control of his body. However, he did not dare to be careless as the evil spirit had not been removed. He cast a mind-clearing incantation to clear his mind and resist the invasion of external forces. A moment later, the mark of a demonic dragon emerged between Mo Xiaochuan's eyebrows. It swam slowly, then turned into a dragon shadow and shot out, hovering around Xiao before disappearing into his body. "What's the situation?" Xiao asked hurriedly. "How is it? Why don't I see any evil spirits?" "That evil spirit is indeed not very intelligent," the demonic dragon said solemnly. "It's like a demonic beast. But for some reason, even though they were clearly very afraid and panicking, they refused to come out. I've already forced it into his aperture, and it's been sealed by the power in his body. Mo Xiaochuan must have done it of his own accord. He should have regained his consciousness for now." Xiao frowned. "Force into an aperture? Wouldn't that leave behind a huge hidden danger? This is already the best result," the demonic dragon scoffed. Mo Xiaochuan would have to rely on his own strength if he wanted to force him out. As long as he kept improving, he would be able to force the evil spirit out one day. As long as you seal the aperture and don't let the evil spirit possess you again, that'll be enough. "How difficult is it to do that?" Xiao asked. "It wasn't easy for this kid to get to where he is today. I didn't expect that he still hasn't suffered enough. He's the one I admire the most among your disciples," the demon dragon said. "Among the disciples, he was the one with the worst talent, but he had experienced more ups and downs than the other disciples. I'm also more optimistic about his future achievements. Perhaps only he and young Emperor Hao Lian can become peak martial sovereigns." "Yes. Yes," Xiao nodded and said, "I was born in a super family. Although the cultivation resources I have are far more than ordinary people, the cruelty in it is not something ordinary people can understand. Xiaochuan must have suffered a lot in order to reach the martial emperor realm. However, stepping into the Nine Heavens realm is only the beginning. The demonic dragon was silent. They were once at the peak of martial arts, so they naturally understood that the path of martial arts was vague and boundless. There was no end to it, and one could only seek it up and down. They were all blaming Tai for not having an outburst for a long time. He didn't sleep for the next 2 days and updated 3 chapters. Thank you for your support. I will do my best. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao immediately disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet, leaving Mo Xiaochuan to guard his spiritual altar and slowly recover. As long as it was in the Divine Realm tablet, he would be able to sense its every move, and the evil spirit would never be able to rise again. When his divine sense returned to his body in the altar, Yunxiao focused on absorbing the primordial qi, and soon, he recovered all that he had lost. The key was that he was only an 8 stars martial grandmaster. Although it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough, he recovered very quickly. After his yuan qi recovered to its peak, he suddenly rose into the air and looked at the statue of the Southern Fire golden crystal source. Yinglin was shocked and hurriedly stood up. Just like him, he curiously looked up from the feet of the statue. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness trembled violently. Before he could see the statue's face, he felt a shiver run through his body and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at it again. He also knew that Yunxiao was a 7th-tier great alchemist and had an extremely strong cultivation base in soul power, which was naturally not something he could compare with. Yunxiao was not feeling well at the moment. He opened his 3 eyes at the same time, all of them turning into crescent moons as he struggled to resist the powerful mental power brought by the woman's face. The space around him had long been deformed, but in the silent altar, an extremely thrilling battle of mental power was happening silently. Yunxiao waved his hands and began to slowly circulate the Great Expansion divine technique to offset the demonic power. His eyes were as clear as water and as sharp as knives, trying to penetrate the layers of fog and see the woman's true face. Even though he had circulated his soul power to the peak, Yunxiao could only see a glimpse of the woman's side profile in the hallucination. Magnet! Even someone as powerful as him couldn't help but be shocked. His entire spiritual altar and sea of consciousness were about to collapse at this moment, and he lost control of his mind. It was a noble and gorgeous beauty that was beyond the imagination of the world. It was just a glimpse of her side profile, but it had already completely surpassed the world's most beautiful woman, Chu Hongyan. At that moment, no matter how strong Yunxiao's self-control was, he finally lost his mind and was completely stunned. Although Yinglin did not dare to look at the statue, he had been paying attention to Yunxiao's movements. When he saw Yunxiao's gradually lost look, he was startled and hurriedly cried out, gathering his voice and pouring it directly into Yunxiao's ears, trying to wake him up from the daze, but it did not work. Crack! All of a sudden, a cracking sound came from behind him. He turned around in shock and saw a crack on the statue's body. Then it spread like a spider web and cracked on a large scale. Dong, dong, dong. From top to bottom, the entire statue suddenly shattered, turning into countless stones of various sizes and falling down. Yinglin was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated, afraid that there was something strange in the stones that he wouldn't be able to guard against. Yunxiao also gradually regained his consciousness when the statue shattered, but his eyes were still filled with indescribable shock, and he could not come back to his senses for a long time. Young Master Yun, are you all right? Wu Lin flew up and stared at Yunxiao for a while, then said, What happened just now? Yunxiao did not seem to hear him. Instead, he stared at the pile of gravel on the ground and muttered to himself in a daze. That beautiful face shouldn't exist in this world, and it shouldn't be seen by mortals. Could it be that just because I caught a glimpse of his face, he will be destroyed in this world? His face was actually filled with an indescribable loneliness and dullness. The sound of a poem came out of his mouth as he said, Who would believe in myriad incarnations? Noble chi and outstanding immortal material, hard to distinguish in the earth. When the jade platform returns, the heavenly abode can be seen clearly. Yinglin frowned, unable to understand Yunxiao's state of mind at the moment. Young Master Yun, are you really all right? Yun Xiao shook his head, as if he had lost something in his heart. He knew that the side profile of her face would forever be imprinted in his mind, and he would never forget it. However, only the heavens knew how many years ago this woman had existed. She had long been buried in the endless years, and besides the remains of these statues, there was no trace of her. At this moment, Tan Dijuan had also woken up. Everyone, including Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui, was stunned. Then, they all recalled something, and they stared at the pile of crushed stones in front of them with shock and astonishment. Tan Dijuan said, "What's going on? What's wrong with the statue?" Sun Jiming also sucked in a breath of cold air. He propped up his injured body and said in shock, You actually destroyed it? How did you do it?" He recalled the whole process of his mind being taken away, his attack on Yunxiao, and then his defeat by the Calabash warrior. It was hard to imagine how Yunxiao had resisted the statue's soul-taking power. Xiao Minghui also remembered. He glared at Gao Lin with a hint of anger in his eyes. He turned to the hall and frowned. "Where's Mo Xiaochuan?" Putting away his disappointment and listlessness, Yun Xiao landed on the ground, picked up a piece of broken stone from the statue, and stared at it for a long time before he said, "The mission is complete. Everything is over. Let's leave." Mission completed? The three of them looked at each other. Like Gao Lin, they had many questions in their hearts, but they couldn't ask. Tan Dijuan's eyes suddenly brightened. He stared at the pile of broken stones and exclaimed, "Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence. So many Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence. Haha. This trip wasn't in vain." After he was shocked, he had been sealed by Yunxiao, so his power was not damaged at all. He rushed to the pile of crushed stones with an extremely greedy look on his face, as if he wanted to swallow them all. The other three people's faces also changed drastically. They only reacted now. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, the two of them were seriously injured, so they would probably be at a disadvantage if they fought. Yun Xiao looked at Tan Dijuan coldly and snorted. "What? Sect Master Tan plans to move all of them away alone?" Tan Dijuan realized that he had lost his self-control, so he laughed embarrassedly. "Of course not. These Southern Fire Golden Crystal sources could be considered a huge fortune. Everyone, let's discuss how to divide it. As for those who didn't come down, he didn't need to give them. I let them cultivate on the altar for a few hours, so this trip was not in vain." His words directly excluded all the itinerant martial artists. As long as these Southern Fire Golden Crystal essences were kept, the surging Yuan Qi and Fire-type energy on the altar would also disappear. "No way," yelled Gao Lin with a frown. "Your sect sent 3 people here, but only 1 from my Chamber of Commerce. Unless you give me half, I'll give you half. Old geezer Chu, you're courting death." Tan Dijuan clenched his 5 fingers, and a hazy qi appeared in his hand. It seemed like he would kill someone if he didn't agree with what he said. "Stop acting all high and mighty in front of me." Ying Lin sneered. "I wonder who was lying down there like a dead pig just now. If I hadn't shown you mercy, I would have killed you with a single palm strike." Tan Dijuan's expression changed slightly. What Ying Lin said was true. When he was lying on the ground, he could have killed him with 1 palm strike. But he didn't. He didn't know what Ying Lin was thinking. If it were him, he would most likely kill the other party with 1 palm. Cho Lin was also filled with resentment. How could he not want this? If Yunxiao had not stopped them, the 3 of them would have been beheaded by now. Now that there were 3 more people out of nowhere to split the Southern Fire Golden Crystal Essence, just thinking about it made his heart burst into flames. "I don't care how you divide them," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'll take half of these crystal sources." After he finished speaking, he began to collect them, not caring if the others objected. "No!" The 4 of them shouted almost at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. Tan Dijuan rushed up in anger and slapped him with his palm. He shouted, "Stop! What right do you have to take half of what everyone has?" At Yunxiao's will, the Calabash King Kong took a step forward and threw out a King Kong fist, clashing with Tan Dijuan's palm. A huge amount of qi burst out, forcing Tan Dijuan to step back. The qi and blood in his body were boiling. He was shocked again and again. He looked at the gored little King Kong with disbelief and shock. Although he had seen the power of this thing before, he guessed that it was only at the strength of an ordinary revered martial artist. He had guessed it right. He had also seen it with his palm just now. However, the material used to make this thing was a kasaya. His palm strike, which was at the peak of martial venerable realm, had broken the opponent's Vajra fist and rebounded his energy back to the opponent. But it only forced the calabash little Vajra to take 2 steps back. It had completely withstood the attack with its body, and as if nothing had happened, it took another 2 steps forward and returned to its original place to protect Yunxiao. Could it be that this thing can't be killed? An unbelievable and strange idea came to Tan Dijuan's mind. Ordinary puppets, no matter how strong they were, would lose all their spiritual qi and power after being attacked, just like profound-level weapons. However, the calabash little King Kong didn't seem to have such signs at all. Just like a martial artist, it seemed to be able to recover its vital qi. Was there such a puppet in the world? He was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to continue or not. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui were also injured, so they didn't dare to court death. They could only stare and stomp their feet anxiously. Gao Lin also had some concerns. Mo Xiaochuan's inexplicable disappearance had made him feel an unspeakable tightness in his heart. Now, he could only believe Yunxiao's promise to him, and he did not dare to offend him too much. All of them had their own thoughts, so they could only watch as Yunxiao collected them. Yunxiao, on the other hand, ignored his expression and the objections of the crowd and continued to collect the Southern Fire golden crystal sources. Soon, he had collected nearly half of them, and only then did he stop and say, "You guys can split the rest." The 4 of them stared at the remaining small portion, their hearts bleeding. Tan Dijuan shouted and rushed forward. "All of these belong to my Big Dipper sect." He released a misty aura from his body, which enveloped the crystal sources in an attempt to collect them all. Yinglin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly flew down, smashing the brick in his hand as he angrily shouted, "Old man, get lost. Don't even think about touching a single crystal source." His brick enlarged in the air and came crashing down like a small mountain. It was impressive. The 2 of them were both at the peak of the martial honor realm. After adjusting his breathing, Gao Lin's strength had also recovered, and they were soon engaged in a battle. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui's expressions changed slightly. They were seriously injured and couldn't participate in this kind of battle. What was worse was that if they were to take it based on strength, the 2 of them might not even be able to get a piece of the Southern Fire golden crystal essence. "Young Master Yun, we only came down to the altar to help you save your life, and we were hit by the soul-sucking spell," Sun Jiming said. Although he didn't help much, at least he had good intentions, but he was seriously injured. "If we can't get a piece of the Southern Fire golden crystal essence because of this, Brother Xiao and I will be too disappointed." He knew that there was no hope of snatching it with his strength, so he began to play the bitter card. Besides, although Yunxiao was extremely arrogant and domineering, through his observation, he was not unreasonable in fact. He was the kind of person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. As expected, Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, "Originally, this treasure should belong to everyone. Everyone should have a share. Why don't I divide it? What do you think of it, President Qian and Sect Master Tan?" Yinglin and Tan Dijuan could ignore the existence of Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui, but they could not ignore Yunxiao's existence. As soon as they heard that, they immediately stopped fighting and cried out, "How do we divide it?" Yunxiao smiled and said, "Of course, I won't give back the half I took. As for the other half, it's a little less than half." Tan Dijuan corrected him angrily. His eyes were almost spitting fire. "Ha ha ha. The Big Dipper sect is the leader of all the sects in Nanhua City." Yunxiao laughed. "Don't worry about this little gain or loss. You should broaden your horizons. Adding this little bit of Southern Fire golden crystal source won't be of much benefit to your Big Dipper sect's strength. On the contrary, if the distribution isn't equal and it causes dissatisfaction among the other forces, It will have the opposite effect and you'll be making yourself a strong enemy. Tan Dijuan's face changed slightly, thinking that Yunxiao's words seemed to make some sense. However, how could he spit out all the benefits in front of him? He could not refute it, so he could only sneer coldly. As for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, it is one of the 7 major chambers of commerce in the world. Yunxiao continued. It has vast resources, so how can it lack these things? President Qian, even if you take all of these Southern Fire golden crystal essence away, I'm afraid you won't be able to be promoted any further, right? Yinglin was stunned, frowning as he pondered. Yunxiao was right. As the president of the branch in Southfire City, he was now qualified for the highest position. The thing that had stopped him from advancing was not his business performance but his cultivation. If he could not advance to the Martial Supreme Realm, he would still be the president of the Nanhua branch no matter how good his performance was. Yunxiao's words made both of them fall into deep thought. Since that's the case, why should we fight for the resources that aren't that important? These Southern Fire golden crystal essences could be distributed to small sects and even rogue cultivators who needed them. They would be deeply grateful and wouldn't damage the status of the Big Dipper sect and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce in Nanhua City. Nor would it damage the status of the two of them. In my opinion, the two of you should just take a few of these ores as a token and give the rest to those who need them. Tan Dijuan and Yinglin were not the only ones who were lost in thought. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui were also stunned by his words, and they were both calculating the gains and losses in their hearts. The 4 of them suddenly felt the boredom of snatching these resources. They did not lack these cultivation resources. The first thing a sect had to face was not the bottleneck of resources, but the bottleneck of talents. The ultimate goal was to become a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. If he were to lose his life again for such a small profit, or if he were to make many great enemies, it would indeed be unwise or even stupid. The few of them looked at Yunxiao with meaningful eyes. They all thought to themselves, this person is extremely intelligent and talented. To have such achievements and insight at such a young age, he would definitely be a great figure whose name would shake the world in the future. It would be better to sell this person out and make a good relationship. Young Master Yun is right, Gao Lin said. Then let's leave it to you. I have no objections. Sun Jiming and Xiao Minghui also expressed their willingness to obey Yunxiao's arrangement. Seeing that things had come to this, Tan Dijuan did not want to offend Yunxiao, nor did he want to occupy these things and make the former alliance turn against him, which would isolate the Big Dipper sect. Furthermore, he had never forgotten about the lightning transformation divine technique. He also said, then, young Master Yun, I have no objection. Seeing that the 4 of them all agreed, Yunxiao nodded and said, very good. Then call the people outside to come in together. I've promised before that anyone who saves people with me will have a share. I can't go back on my word. With a light tap, the Southern Fire golden crystal sources on the ground were immediately under his control. They slowly flew up along with his body and out of the altar. Although Yunxiao had taken more than half of it, the statue was originally huge, and what was left was still an amazing amount of wealth. As soon as he appeared in the sky outside, countless crystal sources followed behind him, immediately drawing the attention and screams of everyone. Furthermore, as these Southern Fire golden crystal sources left the altar, the people on the altar immediately felt their Yuan Qi disappear. They no longer felt Yuan power flooding into their bodies like before. They immediately understood what was going on, and their expressions changed drastically. Yunxiao and the other 4 were hovering in the air, with Southern Fire gold crystal source ores of various sizes floating around them. There were thousands of them, and they illuminated the sky with a fiery red light. Tan Dijuan looked at the shock and unwillingness in the eyes of the people below and said, everyone, Mo Xiaochuan's matter has been resolved. All the Southern Fire golden crystal sources were gathered here. After our discussion, we've decided that young Master Yun will personally preside over the distribution, and no one is allowed to object. What? Let Li Yunxiao distribute them? Everyone was taken aback. Although Yunxiao's strength was obvious to all, how could the sect leaders trust such a young man? This was over 1,000 pieces of Southern Fire golden crystal sources. Their value was immeasurable. The crystal sources before everyone's eyes were even more than the number of crystal sources that had been excavated in Southfire City's mines over the years. This was an astronomical amount of wealth, yet they were actually giving it to a young man to distribute. What they did not know was that Xianxia had already taken most of it, or they would have gone even crazier and even wanted to kill him. Only some martial honors gradually fell into deep thought after the shock, thinking about the interests behind it. Soon, they understood that letting Xianxia distribute the loot was undoubtedly the best choice. And if there was any resentment caused by unfair distribution, it would all be transferred to Xianxia. Han Xian was also looking up at the sky in shock. Although she was also tempted by the crystals, she was more shocked by how Xianxia had managed to make all the forces accept his distribution willingly. After the noise below died down, Chu Lin said, "Young Master Yun, let's start." Xianxia nodded as he looked down and said, "As I said earlier, anyone who saves people with me will have a share. Although you didn't enter the altar, you came with me. It's a kind gesture, so everyone has a share." Voila! The cultivators below were all extremely excited, especially those rogue cultivators. They had never thought that they would get their own share from the beginning and were all looking forward to it. This time, they were all excited and unable to calm down. Xianxia took out 5 of the largest stones from the thousands of stones, and they were immediately cut into hundreds of small crystal sources by his finger. Then, he pointed at them and threw them down while chanting. "Although the crystal sources are small, one for each of you is enough to exchange for hundreds of millions of primeval stones, which will last you 10 years of cultivation." All the itinerant cultivators flew into a frenzy and tried their best to grab the fist-sized crystal source. Although the shape was different, the size was shockingly the same. This kind of control was already enough to make people admire him. "Thank you, young Master Yun. Thank you, young Master Yun, for bestowing me with the source." In an instant, words of gratitude rang out on the altar. Everyone also understood that no matter how loudly they thanked him, the other party would not take it to heart. Even after today's matter was over, he would not recognize them. However, he firmly remembered this favor in his heart. Under the powerful aura of Xianxia and the other 5, none of the sects and forces dared to move. They just watched quietly with envious looks in their eyes. After the itinerant cultivators were given their share, Xianxia said, "The Big Dipper sect and the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce are the ones who contributed the most in this treasure hunt. Without the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce's recording needle and the Big Dipper sect's treasure hunting map, you wouldn't have been able to come here. Therefore, the Big Dipper sect and the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce will each get half of the remaining." With a wave of his hand, the thousands of Southern Fire golden crystal essence crystals were split into 2. He pushed 1/2 to Earth Monarch Tan and Lin and said, "The 2 of you, keep it well." The 4 leaders all frowned slightly, each having different opinions on this distribution. However, he had already made his point, so it was not appropriate to refute it. Besides, letting the Big Dipper sect and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce take half of it might be the best way to distribute it. If they fell out, not only would they not be able to obtain a single crystal source, but they would also suffer heavy losses and even lose their lives. After thinking through this, the rest of the people had no more objections. Tan Dijuan and Lin were also expressionless. They both nodded slightly and took away their crystal sources after expressing their gratitude. "The rest will be divided into 2 parts, Xianxia said. "The local sects will have 1, and the various chambers of commerce will have 1. He added, "The Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce is also a part of the Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, we need a copy. Do you have any objections?" Han Xian was stunned, and she felt a warm feeling in her heart. "Of course." Lin laughed. Since he had given Xianxia so much face, he naturally did not care about the distribution of the crystal sources. Moreover, it didn't harm the interests of the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce. It was just that the other chambers of commerce would share a little less. The people of the Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to say no, they all agreed repeatedly, praising that the distribution was good, fair, and everyone was convinced. "In that case," Xianxia said, "let's all take our own things and leave this place." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison, especially those itinerant martial artists. Each and every one of them was high-spirited and full of spirit. In an instant, hundreds of people rose into the air and flew toward the exit. Yunxiao turned his head slightly and glanced at the altar that was gradually disappearing in front of him. He sighed slightly in his heart as he thought of the side profile of her face that could topple the world. Soon, everyone left the central red land of chaos. As if affected by the altar's change, after returning to the surroundings of the Ring River, he felt that the chaotic qi in the center had also begun to gradually dissipate. And all the passageways opened up, never to be moved again. Led by Yunxiao and Tan Dijuan, they all came out of the underground cave. When they saw the sunlight, they felt the joy of escaping death and cheered. If you head north, you'll be able to reach South Fire City. You don't need to go in the opposite direction, Gao Lin said. The way here was very difficult, and with the muddy demonic beast there, no one had the courage to go back the way they came. After hearing Gao Lin's words, the itinerant martial artists expressed their thanks and flew north. Right now, their greatest wish was to quickly sell off the Southern Fire golden crystal essence in their hands, so that they could exchange it for enough primeval stones and then find a hidden place to cultivate. If you want to exchange for the crystal sources in your hands, you can look for the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce at any time, said Gao Lin. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the price. Tan Dijuan sneered. Humph! After what happened, people hate your Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce. They won't work with you anymore. I'm afraid that the business of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce will take a dive. Those who left all received benefits, Gao Lin replied sarcastically. They're all very grateful. How can they have any resentment? Those who had resentment were already dead. On the other hand, your Big Dipper sect's actions along the way have truly chilled one's heart. Even if you have powerful martial strength, so what? The hearts of the people have already been lost, and you're not far from destruction. Humph! Tan Dijuan humphed and said, Disciples of the Big Dipper sect, follow me back to report. More than 10 of them had come out, but none of them had been killed. Only a few of them had suffered light injuries, which was the best result. Moreover, obtaining a large amount of Southern Fire golden crystal essence was also a great merit. There was no benefit in staying here any longer, so he left directly. As for Yunxiao's thunder transformation skill, he had already made an agreement in his heart. Naturally, he would let Zhang Linghua take it in person. At least, he was more and more uncertain about winning against Yunxiao. Before Meidong left, she looked back at Yunxiao and said, Young Master Yun, are you going to Yufeng City? When will you be leaving? Tomorrow, Yunxiao said. See you tomorrow then, Meidong said with a nod. Don't worry, Dong Yunxiao said with a smile. You can cultivate in the Big Dipper sect. You don't have to send me off. Meidong said, I'm not sending you off. I have something to do. It's not convenient to go into detail now. I'll look for young Master Yun tomorrow. Yunxiao frowned, not knowing what she was talking about, but he answered quickly, all right. All you need to do is come to the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Meidong nodded her head and bowed lightly before leaving with the rest of the sect. Everyone, I'll also take my leave. President Min, Yunxiao said, I'd like to borrow the teleportation array tomorrow. Is it convenient for you? It's convenient, of course it's convenient. Young Master Yun, you can come over any time, said Gao Lin very enthusiastically. I'll immediately have someone check it when I return and prepare a large number of vitality stones, waiting for young Master Yun's arrival at any time. Every teleportation formation consumed a large amount of primordial stones, especially long-distance teleportations like this. Thank you for your trouble, Yunxiao said. I'll go back with Hanxian first, and I'll look for you when I need you. After he finished speaking, he followed Hanxian and flew towards the direction of Nanhua City, leaving the people of the Chamber of Commerce still in the same place, not knowing what to think. The matter of the treasure was over, but this mine was indeed a rare and excellent Southern Fire golden crystal mine, and it would probably stir up another storm. But that was no longer Yunxiao's business. The two of them quickly flew back to Nanhua City and entered the Purple Cloud Trade Union. Are you leaving tomorrow, young Master Yun? Han Xian asked. What? Yun Xiao asked. The day of the Merchant Union's Martial Arts and Martial Arts Conference is getting closer and closer. The earlier we reach Songyue City, the more confident I will be. Hanxian chuckled and said, I was worried about little sister Linger at first, but now I have no more worries. With young Master Yun's great talent, not to mention the whole Merchant Union, even in the whole realm of heavenly martial arts, there was no second person in his generation. I'm now more and more impressed by little sister Ling Er's wisdom in judging people. Yun Xiao said, You flatter me, Hanxian. I'm planning to go into seclusion for a day to verify some cultivation techniques, so I'll have to trouble Hanxian to provide me with a place. Young Master Yun, you're being too polite to me, Luan Xuanji said angrily. Hanxuan's life was also thanks to young Master Yun's help, or else she would have died in the suburbs. In the future, the Purple Cloud Chamber of Commerce will be supplied to you for free, young Master Yun. This promise is too heavy, Yun Xiao hurriedly said. I'm ashamed to accept it. Hanxian has provided me with a large amount of materials at the critical moment of the Chamber of Commerce's life and death, gathering all the materials I need. Her sincerity is enough to prove everything. Hanxian suddenly felt a little down, but she forced a smile and said, Young Master Yun, it's enough for you to remember that you still have me, Hanxian, as a friend. Yun Xiao smiled. It's been a long time since we parted. I'm leaving tomorrow, aren't I? Why don't I leave by myself tomorrow? Guild leader Hanxian, you don't have to see me off. Or should we go to Songyue City together? Dinglinger must be there right now. Young Master Yun, Hanxian shook her head and said, Don't leave secretly. I'll definitely send you off. As for the business alliance, it's not meaningful for us to go. Moreover, with Fang Tianhe's death, all the recipes have been improved by young Master Yun. The Purple Cloud Trade Union was taking this opportunity to recover its situation, and they could not do without Hanxian. In the future, after this matter is over, if I know young Master Yun's whereabouts, can I go for a gathering? Her face blushed shyly. She did not know if Yun Xiao could understand the meaning behind it, but at least she was feeling very nervous. Of course you can, Yun Xiao said with a smile. I'm very happy to meet you, Hanxian. This answer made Hanxian both happy and dejected. She suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart and smiled. I'll have someone prepare a secret chamber for young Master Yun to cultivate in seclusion. No one will disturb him. Looking at Hanxuan's back as she left, Yun Xiao's eyes flashed with indifference as he sighed slightly. Very quickly, he prepared a large secret room. After Yun Xiao went in and sat down, he directly materialized in the Divine Realm tablet. At this moment, Mo Xiaochuan's condition was gradually getting better. He seemed to have completely recovered, and there was nothing unusual about him. He was still sitting cross-legged in the air, with a green lotus floating in front of his chest. He had not moved at all. As soon as Yun Xiao appeared, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him quietly. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Mo Xiaochuan's lips curled into a smile. The green lotus in his hand gradually left his palm and drifted in the wind like a lotus flower. Thank you, junior brother, he said. What? Yun Xiao frowned. Are you sure I'm your junior brother? Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Jun Ruyun is the only one among us who's able to execute the demon-slaying sword technique to such perfection. He's also the only one who has grasped the essence of the sword technique. Although your sword technique isn't powerful enough, the sword intent of your sword technique is definitely not inferior to Jun Ruyun's. Unless the master personally taught him, even Jun Ruyun would not be able to teach such a disciple. He paused and revealed a puzzled expression. He pondered and said, When did Master accept you as a disciple? You look so young. Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed drastically. He shook his head and said, No, that's impossible. Even if you started practicing martial arts when you were born, you can't be taught by a master. His eyes turned sharp as he looked into Yun Xiao's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Yun Xiao's eyes, but to no avail. Mo Xiaochuan smiled bitterly. Who are you? Don't tell me you're Jun Ruyun's disciple. I really don't believe that he's able to expand his sword skill domain to this extent. Yun Xiao nodded. Jun Ruyun is the only one among you and your senior and junior brothers who has comprehended the sword technique. With his comprehension ability, it's not difficult for him to reach the level I used earlier after so many years. Oh? So you know us very well. Mo Xiaochuan laughed. Don't think you're so experienced. You've saved me. I'll be grateful to you and repay you. Let's not talk about this. It's fine if you don't want to announce your identity. First, tell me, what is this place? In the supreme grade profound artifact, the Divine Realm Tablet. Yun Xiao said indifferently. Mo Xiaochuan replied, Yeah. Do you think I'm an idiot? Everyone in the world knows that the super-grade profound artifact is Noah's ship. That was in the past, Yun Xiao said. Times are developing, and being conservative will be eliminated sooner or later. Transcendent-grade profound-level weapons are all over the streets now, and almost everyone has one. Mo Xiaochuan sneered. One each? Then I'll have to trouble you to get me one to play with. You'll have a chance, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You're not in a good condition to play with supreme-grade mystic artifacts. Tisk! Mo Xiaochuan snorted disdainfully, not believing Yun Xiao's words at all. Yun Xiao did not bother to explain, so he asked, How's your body? Is the evil spirit completely suppressed? Mo Xiaochuan furrowed his brows and said worriedly, Now that I've sealed it in the Guanuan acupoint, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't know if it's dead or just pretending to be dead. That's good, Yun Xiao said. At least it means that the evil spirit is very weak now. However, you must not be careless. If you can make good use of this thing, it will be a great help